Highland City Council. Today is Tuesday, June 16th, and we have all of our city council members here. So we'll go ahead and start with an invocation by Councilmember Courtney and then the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Smith.
As we are in a spot where it's looking like active hostilities between the U.S. and Iran are coming to an end, that I find myself thinking about peace. And so I'd like to read something right up front. It's the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, or a portion thereof. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. So, oh, loving God, as we gather here this evening, we come hoping to have hearts full of peace and to encourage peace in our community, and recognizing that having hearts full of love encourages hearts full of peace and peaceful interactions between us. So we ask this evening, in addition to the wisdom and the thoughtfulness and the listening that we always hope for and pray for, we ask that you send your Spirit upon us and fill our hearts with love, that we might bring your peace into our community. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please stand and follow the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And just a reminder that Highland City is committed to civility and respect, and we ask everyone to act and speak accordingly. We'll start out with our unscheduled public appearances. So this is a time that anybody who has anything they would like to address the council about is welcome to come forward. Just as a reminder, we have several public hearings tonight. We have the budget adjustment, the PI transfer, compensation, and the interim budget. So if you are here to address any of those items, we'll ask you to wait until we get to that item. If you're here for anything else at all, we would love for you to comment now. Those 4 public hearings will be the only other options for public comment at this meeting. So is there anybody who would like to comment on something other than those 4 items? Yes, come on up. And if you wouldn't mind, just turn on that microphone and give us your name, please.
Is it on? Okay. And I don't know if this is the time. I'm talking about section or action item H. Is this the time to talk about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I sent an email yesterday. I guess I found out. I talked to Doug on my front porch yesterday. Is that better? Okay. There are 3 points that I think I'm going to address about this. One is, do we have the map that you're going to look at for H, action item H, that we could look at this in context so that it's not just words? Thank you.
Can you please state your name one more time for me?
Yeah, I didn't state it. Where did that voice come
Right
from?
here.
There. Joseph Higbee.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, so as you're pulling that up, the 3 points I want to make is, one, it looks like in the past 2 years, a liquor license has been approved, and in the Highland Mains is one of the areas where this will be distributed. And the area that we're talking about with this fence in action item H is directly adjacent to this area. And so the proposal is a proposal to say, while the first time in almost 50 years of incorporation in Highland City, we have a liquor license, we are going to propose to not put a commercial fence up between that liquor license distribution and children playing in the park and at the church. So that's point one. That's what I see as on the table. The second thing is, the request is a request not to remove a burden from a developer, it actually transfers a burden. So when you hear it and you're asking, are we going to remove this burden from this developer for reason X, Y, and Z? Thank you, great. I want you to remember that it's not removing a burden, it's transferring a burden. The burden that you take away from the developer is transferred through negative externalities, society. And those individuals in society are taking on risk that comes with not having a commercial fence between these two types of uses and functions that are different. And, oh, great, perfect, there it is. So the occupancy that's being requested, the fence is being requested to not go in so that there can be occupancy there in the Highland Mains without a fence to the other area. So remember, there's a commercial license for liquor, no commercial fence, which is the request to where children and youth are playing in a church building. Second, the burden of not, yeah, right there, thank you, drawing. Who's drawing that? You drawing that, Doug? Thanks. So the burden of saying to the developer, yes, we'll relieve your burden, the financial burden is visible. We can see that financial burden. We can list it out and say they're saving this. My third point is that this was actually a miss by the city 4 years ago, when that should have gone up, that fence should have gone up before there was construction. So there's actually been 4 years of negative externalities on society that people have had to bear with the construction and everything to do with that, because the wall was not put in, or the fence, commercial fence was not put in place 4 years ago. And the request is, let's not make this mistake twice. We missed it once, now someone's going back and saying, and they've had, the developer, whoever develops it, has had 4 years of cash, because they haven't had to build that. So now they're coming back and saying, can we not build it again? Okay, so those are my 3 points, whether in the minutes, or if you put my email in the minutes to support it as well, that'd be great. The liquor license and the location to children and youth playing directly there without a fence. The second being, it's a transfer of burden to society, not a relief of burden only from the developer. And the third is that this was a miss. It should have been in place 4 years ago. Let's not go and not put it in today. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for coming. And this is item 3H on the agenda, so we'll be talking about it. And if you have any other questions, we're happy to get in touch with you after the meeting. Is there anybody else who would like to make public comment now? Hi, Rachel, welcome. Is the green light on?
There we go. My name is Rachel Farnsworth, and I come today as both a resident of Highland and a member of the Highland Library Board. Thank you to each member of the council for your support of the library, particularly this year as we add a small increase to the dedicated tax. I know how much each of you value the library and understand its role in our community. My comments today are for those residents who may not see that full picture yet. There is a misconception out there that libraries are simply houses for books. I know Ron's had that misconception before. And that the internet and ebooks has erased the need for libraries. Instead of being sad about that, I've decided to embrace it as an opportunity to help those members of our community discover the magic of the library. There is something at the library for absolutely everyone. That could be a physical book, but it could also be CDs or DVDs or Yodo players, or access to expensive software for photo and video editing. They could be reserving the private room for work meetings, tutoring, or job interviews. They could be attending our popular events like Storytime, our various educational classes that serve children, preteens, adults, and our retired population. They could be participating in a seed exchange, a crafting event, or our famous fairy tale ball. You can even use your public library card to access a bunch of those online magazines and newspapers that require paid subscriptions. Do people still use libraries? The answer is a resounding yes. The Highland City Library has never had more demand than it does today. I don't know that there is any more efficient government service than libraries. Libraries operate on shoestring budgets and produce the most magnificent results. It's one of the many reasons I think librarians themselves, like Karen, might very well be secretly magicians. Every month we review the library's budget, and every month my jaw drops to the floor, and I'm absolutely astounded with what she is able to do with so very little money. If you aren't sure what the library can do for you, please stop in. Our amazing library staff is always more than willing to help you discover the magic.
Thank you. And Rachel, I have a comment card that says you want to speak on item 3F. Is that in addition to this, or did this? So we're good? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I don't miss you again. Yes, come on up and let us know your name, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Patty Royster. For the past 2 or 3 years, I've been on the Friends of the Library Board. And I want to thank you for your support of the library. I grew up in Silicon Valley, and we had amazing libraries, and I can honestly tell you when I came here and I saw the libraries here, I was very disappointed and underwhelmed, to say the least. I kind of came and looked and thought, this is it. This community that has so many successful, educated people, and this is what we're giving to the library, but that's beside the point. But when I was a little girl, actually, I used to go to the library all the time with my dad. My dad gave me a pointer, even when he was about 75. He would probably go once a month. He said, Patty, if you ever want to learn something, go to the children's section about history, get the book out on that, and it will dumb it down, and you can learn. And I thought, that is such an awesome tip from my dad, and I love that. He was an avid reader. And one of the reasons why I am in support of this tax increase is because of Libby. I don't always have time to read or come to the library, honestly, but Libby and my Kindle are my best friends. I just went on a trip. I read 4 books. I probably read over 75 books in the last 3 years, and I know that the prices for Libby have just increased a lot, and that's a huge strain on the library that's already having a tough time keeping up with, new books, new trends, all those kinds of things. My kids went and read 100 books every year where I lived in California, and they would get prizes and stuff like that. And I think that is such a huge thing. These story times, having kids come, have a physical book to read. What a difference, rather than being on their stupid screens all the time. Libraries really serve everybody regardless of age or income. Anybody can come. The cost to each household is usually small, but the return for a community is large. Can we place a value on somebody coming to the library? They meet their friends, they learn, and I love to go to the travel section. There's so much, if I go on a trip, I want to go get that book, and I want to learn about that country and have a physical book that I can see. Libraries help kids succeed in school. I'm sure there's tons of homeschool, I don't know for sure, but homeschool families that depend on these libraries to have books. It helps workforce development, people who need a meeting place, a computer, a certain program. Those are super important. And if you think about it, everywhere we go, we're always asked to give money. The library only asks money if you're late returning your book. And I had a couple West Wings in my day when I was going a lot with my kids. But it's one of the few places where they don't ask for you to give any money. And I think that they really, really strengthen the local community, the programs that they provide and things like that. And I think anybody for $30 would gladly, given the level of income in our community, $30 is not much to support the huge value that a library gives to the community. So why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and thank you both for supporting the library. and serving on the board. Hi, welcome.
So my name is Josh Wynn. I'm from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Also here just quickly to offer a comment on 3H that frankly we'd like to see the fence still be required. I think that your residents have kind of enumerated a couple of really important points, that we have these spaces that are separated for reasons, right? So that people who are there can see that there's a separation between the use of space, right? And so it's not so much that we're trying to restrict access from maybe these kids to go to Little Caesars, right, who are there. We're not trying to do that. But when the church sells property, as we are trying to do with this piece of property, we have deed restrictions. So there are certain uses that when we sell something, we don't allow those uses, and several of those are uses that will be eligible in Highland Mains. And so again, we'd never ever come to you guys and say, we don't want you to do something that helps your tax base and helps a community feel more inclusive. 100%, we would support that. But in terms of the property that is the northern boundary to this, right, whether we access it or we keep it, whether it's a park or whether it's a church's parking lot, we would still prefer to see that that agreement be maintained and that the developer be required to put the fence in to maintain some separation, kind of between space that is designed for something that's patently different than the space that's to the south. So, but outside of that, thank you so much. I think you've got neat residents, and I just live a mile down by Pleasant Grove, so love Highland, and appreciate you guys' time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Anybody else have any comments on anything other than those public appearance items later? No? Okay, we'll go ahead and close our unscheduled public appearances and move on to item 2, A, B, and C, which are our consent items. And we can take a motion to remove those or to pass them as they are.
Madam Mayor, I distributed a set of 3 amendments to the minutes. Would you prefer to pull the minutes and handle that separately, or just adopt the consent agenda with the 3?
We can adopt the consent agenda if nobody else wants to pull anything.
I'd like to pull item 2C.
Perfect. So then let's go ahead and take a vote on, well, we'll get a second first. We're pulling item 2C and voting on items 2A and 2B.
Typically, if you're running a consent agenda, any member can pull something off without a second.
Perfect. But then, so it's pulled off, but we still need to vote then?
We would still need to vote.
Yes. And so I was
On
looking
it,
for the
yeah.
second on items A and B. And then we'll pull items.
I'll second items A and B.
Didn't you make the motion?
Well, I pulled
You removed.
2C.
Okay.
Are you saying you need a motion?
We need a motion to vote on items 2A and 2B. And
Madam
then we'll
Mayor,
pull it, yes.
I move to adopt the consent agenda as amended with the 3 amendments to the minutes as distributed.
Perfect. And we're pulling item 2C.
Okay.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Yes, I'll second it.
And to clarify, that is the first 2 items that are there, 2A and 2B, because 2C has been removed from the consent agenda.
Do you have that, Stephanie? So that was Councilmember Courtney and Councilmember Smith. Okay, we can go ahead and have a vote on 2A and 2B.
Do we have electronic voting?
We theoretically do.
Okay.
I had to log on again, but yes.
I beat Kim.
Well done.
Go.
And that passes 5-0. Councilwoman Rodella, what would you like to discuss about item 2C?
Oh. I was just reading over on one of the policies that says league eligibility. Does that pertain to all baseball fields or just the family park in Mitchell Hollow? It says league eligibility. Leagues are not eligible to reserve fields for practices. Only individual teams may do so, yet only individual teams may do so.
Yeah, that applies. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. That applies to all of our fields
Okay, so Heritage Park cannot be reserved for practices and only for games?
Well, there's a difference between the league prohibition and practices. When we met, it was specifically allowing for practices. I think this disallowance was a one-off thing, or I'm not. Chris, would you be able to speak to what's going on with the?
And just for clarity, real quick, in case somebody's looking, we're on page 2 of the procedure, page 19 of the agenda packet, about 2/3 of the way down the page.
Thanks, Doug.
Can you repeat your question, Councilmember Rodella?
So it says league eligibility. Leagues are not eligible to reserve fields for practices. Only individual teams may do so. But I guess you rent out Heritage Park. What's the MOU on that? Because practices are reserved there for a league.
Heritage Park. Okay, so I'm assuming it's for, what do we call it, Lone Peak Baseball?
Yeah.
It works on there. So I believe somewhere in here it says something about if we have separate agreements with individual entities, we do that. I'm trying to remember where that is. And we do have an MOU with Lone Peak Baseball for their use on the fields.
I just didn't see it in there.
So I think that applies to every field. Like, if there's an exception or a carve out for a particular field, it would say so in the policy. So my understanding is that that was to apply to all fields.
So on page 20, in field uses, fees, and discounts, it's probably not as explicit as it could be, but in B, in-kind services. So this relates to agreements we have with at least 3 entities that I'm aware of. For users who've been trained by staff, we provide in-kind services for field use. Monetary service determined by the city and waived or deducted from the bills must be pre-approved by the Parks Division. I'd say that we've also, those MOUs that we've entered into, we've talked about for practice options as well. But you're right, it doesn't explicitly say that in here. I think that was probably an oversight.
Yeah, I would probably just clarify that one.
Okay, absolutely.
So Councilwoman Rodella, are you wanting to bring this item back, or?
No, I'm fine if they just go in and clarify that one item there.
Okay. Then we're ready for a motion on item 2C.
Why don't you make the motion so it's clarified?
I'll make a motion to approve item 2C, baseball field use policy update, with the clarification on field use policy for practices with leagues.
I'll second it.
Okay, and I think we'll need to do a voice vote on this one, so we'll start with Councilmember Rodella.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Courtney?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Rice?
Yes.
Perfect, that one passes also 5-0, and we can move on to action item 3A, which is a public hearing and the ordinance for our budget adjustments for fiscal year 25-26. And this is David Mortensen. We're happy to have you back. We'll go ahead and let him do his whole proposal, his whole presentation, and then we'll open the public hearing, and following that, we'll do council questions and comments.
Stephanie, it's really warm in here. Will you check the temperature?
All right. Good evening, Council. It's great to be back here. Before I get started, I did just want to take a moment and just thank everyone that has helped me, picked up the slack while I've been out of the office for the last little while, especially Aaron and Jay, who've kind of taken over the budget and ran with it. they've done an amazing job, and I'm forever grateful for everything they did. So Candace as well, that's kind of been picking up the slack in the finance department. Thank you, Candace. So, okay. So for this item, we did want to go through budget adjustments for our year end. So as you know, the state code allows us to amend the budget throughout the year. This is our last opportunity this year to do so. The reason we do this is that the auditors, when we receive our third-party financial audit every year, one of their tests is a budget to actual test. They look specifically at expenditures, and if any department goes over budget on their expenditures, we will receive a finding in the audit because of that. So well, we try and go through and analyze all of the numbers toward the end of the year, see where we're trending high, and we put some of those into here to make sure that we're going to be okay. And then there's also larger items that have come up throughout the year that the council has approved previously, but need to be officially approved and appropriated in a budget adjustment. So that's what we're going to go through now. So the first screen is all general fund. So most of these are the first thing that I was talking about, where there's just accounts here and there where we're projecting to go over the budget. And normally we don't worry too much unless the department as a whole looks like it might be close and we just don't want to chance it. And so we added some things to some of the departments that for reasons that are noted in the item in the description, to make sure that we don't get a finding in the audit. So the middle section of this page is all of those, kind of the smaller, $1,000 to $6,000 items. I'm not going to go through each one of them for the sake of time, but you can see them in the exhibit. The exhibit that's in the packet has more detail than what's on the screen, so if there's anybody that's watching online now or later, if you access the packet, there's a whole nother couple of rows that show a description, and if the council had previously seen this item, what date that happened, and you could go back and look at those minutes to verify that the council did talk about it and approve it. But for the sake of space on this screen, so that it wasn't teeny tiny, I just ended it at just the item. So the two bigger ones in the general fund worth mentioning, internal service IT expense. So this is from the administrative department. There was a server upgrade that happened during the year that wasn't part of our initial budget that was adopted last June. So the server upgrade actually cost a little bit more than this, but we had some savings in the account from other things. So the ask for this is $10,000 more to cover the server. Jay, do you remember the actual cost of the server? It was like $24,000, wasn't it? Something to that effect.
It was about 24,000,
Yeah.
26 maybe.
Okay. And then the bottom item is related to the Twin Bridges entryway project. So that monument there. So as was previously discussed in a council meeting, putting $27,000 in this year's budget, expected to be a carryover item where part of this is going to be paid for out of next year's budget. So that will be a future amendment for mid-years next year. But before I move on, are there any questions about the general fund? Or do you want to save, Mayor, do you want to save all the questions for after?
We'll save all the questions
public
for
comment?
after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay, next, going to the cemetery fund. These three expense items are just because these were trending above the budget. We wanted to make sure that the cemetery as a whole stayed within the budget amount. So building utilities, sprinkler repair and maintenance, operations and maintenance, wanted to put a little bit extra in those to make sure that we stay within our budget. And just using the cemetery's fund balance to take care of that. One thing I'll note, so down at the bottom, those of you that have seen these before have seen kind of this math down at the bottom that can sometimes be a little bit confusing, but it takes the existing fund balance, adds or subtracts what we have in the current budget as far as a surplus or a deficit. And then if we're proposing an additional addition to that surplus or a subtraction from it, that would be the next number. And then there's a line for the current use of fund balance in the budget, and then a new proposed additional use of fund balance, and then the grand total would be what we expect the fund balance to be after this amendment is adopted. With this one, I point all of that out, describe that just so that you know the current adopted budget use of fund balance, that $110,898, We're not planning on using all of that, and we contemplated putting an item in the adjustments to adjust the amount. That's from every year we do the transfer from the cemetery fund into the general fund to over time repay the general fund for contributions that it made in order to get the cemetery property ready for the cemetery. That budget amount was $110,898 for fiscal year 26, but per previous discussions regarding our cemetery fund study, it was decided that we would not transfer that full amount this year, but I think we decided on 50,000, Aaron, that's in the fiscal year 20. Oh, it's not gonna be in a budget. It's for fiscal year 26, it's 50,000 that we decided.
26 or 27 is what you're talking about right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, 26, 25, 26.
25, 26, yes.
The current year, we're planning on transferring 50,000.
Correct.
So we will not be using that full 110,000 that is shown there. So the expected ending fund balance will be closer to about 100,000 plus. So I hope that made sense. If not, happy to answer questions after. Moving to the library fund, there's 3 things that we needed to make adjustments for here. The first one is employee benefits. We had a crossover between directors within this fiscal year, between Donna and Karen. Because of that, the benefits GL account is projected to go quite a bit over the budget amount. So this is adjusting for that. Second item, we received a donation from the Friends of the Library for library books and materials of $7,300. The donation was actually $7,800, but we already had $500 in that revenue account, so all we need to adjust the budget for is $7,300 of it. So we added that in. And then grant expenditures, Karen's been great about seeking out grants. There's a couple of grants that were awarded this year that were purchasing materials and books and helping pay for one of our staff with that money. And so we just need to program that into the budget to make sure that it's covered. Building and Development Fund, these two are related to the allocation that we make to the Building Development Fund for employees that aren't in the fund by default, but they help do some of the work that happens within building and development services. So it's hard at the beginning of the year to know exactly who's going to be doing what within the fund. And so in this case, our overtime went over, and the benefits that get allocated from other employees into this fund is trending higher too. So we're just requesting an adjustment for those. And then our Parks Capital Improvement Fund, this is where you'll see some of the larger items, specifically ones that we've been working on for quite a while that have crossed over fiscal years. So the Mitchell Hollow Trail project, the total amount of the project in the budget for fiscal year 26 was at $2.3 million, but we need another $200,000 in order to stay within budget. So we're adding that. And then Highland Family Park to finish phase 2, another $330,000 is needed. And then the Twin Bridges entryway, we're adding that $27,000 there. And up above in the revenue section, you can see the various sources of funding. So a portion of that is covered by fund balance, some of it from grants received from the state, and then park donations, a small amount that we received. In the Roads Capital Improvement Fund, we received a state grant to help with the 10400 and 11800 projects. The consulting services for that grant award that helped us to receive that grant were originally budgeted for in the water fund because that's what we originally were pursuing, but it ended up being a transportation grant that we received. So we're just needing to move that $100,000 consulting services fee into the Road Capital Projects Fund. And then the other expense, the $406,000, is related to the 10400 and the 11800 projects, the work that we expect to be completed before June 30th that we will recognize in this fiscal year. Buildings capital, the fire station driveway, there was a change order there, so we needed to add $86,000 to the budget. The Parks Maintenance Building, 600,000 carried over from last year's budget to fiscal year 26 budget in order to finish that up. And then 24,000 for Canterbury Cell reimbursements. This one's a little bit of an interesting one. The payments from Canterbury came into the Open Space Fund initially, but because we closed out the Open Space Fund, we transferred that money into this Building Capital Projects Fund. So that's where we need to make the reimbursements from. And that's why we're adding the budget here. Pressurized irrigation, a couple of things. The $333.55 is the expected amount for this fiscal year for our PI meter installation project. We're coming close to wrapping that up, I believe. So this is one of those final amounts. And then the PI booster project, we needed an additional $415,000 in order to stay within budget for that one. Storm Sewer Fund, in a previous meeting, the council decided to approve a vac truck purchase. We had in the budget a vac trailer purchase and then some personnel that was a possibility, but instead of doing that, we're going the route of purchasing the vac truck. So the total of the vac truck is $620,000. We had $140,000 already budgeted into this account, so just adding the $480 to get to the full $620. Culinary water, so the first expense item is that reduction of budget for the consulting services that are no longer going to be paid out of this fund. And then the next one's $310,000 for the chlorination upgrade project. I believe this is the portion that the grant was not going to cover. Yep. So this is from fund balance. And then $53,000 for a backhoe purchase that was previously approved by the council. And then well number 5 rehab and chlorination, which is a grant funded project, needs a budget of $478,870. And then last but not least, our internal service IT fund. This is the same item that I talked about with administration. So the administration department is paying the $10,000 to our internal service fund, which is the fund that paid for the server upgrade. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that the council has or public comment, whatever you're going to. All right,
let's go ahead and do our public hearing, and then we'll come back to council for questions. So we'll open the public hearing. If there's anybody who wants to talk about the budget adjustments, now is your time. No, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll start with Councilmember Courtney. Do you have any questions or comments?
Just one, to make sure that I'm recalling correctly, that we have the $27,000 in additional expenses for the Twin Bridges. Our anticipation is that there will be revenue coming into the general fund in fiscal year 27 from the insurance to catch part of that. Is that, and so that appears next year. We're not expecting to get that by the end of the month is why it's, okay. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Campbell?
On the $480,000 vac truck, are there subsequent decreases in the budget for next year in terms of if we don't have the vac truck, we have to pay for that service to be done? Is there a reduction in the cost of us having to contract that out, which when we made that decision, it was like a 3-year payoff, if I'm remembering it right. So is that accurate? There is a reduction?
That'd be a great question for Aaron and Jay, where they put together the budget, but
Actually,
or Chris.
I don't think that we had included those contract prices in next year's budget. So
well, you wouldn't because we are able to do it ourselves now. So
exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
just, I want to make it clear that there is a savings in next year's budget because we
would have
have our
seen
own
otherwise.
vac truck.
Yeah.
And it pays itself off in 3 years. It's probably going to last 10 years. So we're really in a positive way by making that purchase at this point.
Yeah.
So that's the only question I have.
Councilmember Rice?
Sure. First of all, David, I appreciate you being back, and I really appreciate the charts, because I love charts, but on like page 22 and 23, I also appreciated how that was put out linear as well. So I know a lot of hard work goes into this. If you would please go back to the library page, please. I just have one question on the donations. please. Oh, was that it? So, on that donation, did that include what I donated to the library on my discretionary fund for this year?
I don't believe so. I think this is,
Do you need to do that, or do you not need to do that?
So what we did is actually we charged that purchase of the shell to that GL account in the council appropriations line item. So rather than the library paying for it, essentially it was paid for out of the general fund through
General
that.
fund. But that's not included in the donations.
No, because it essentially is in a different fund that we just pulled that money from.
Library to understand what I donated.
Oh, yeah, nope, they are more than aware.
Right.
Yep.
And so on the transfer fund on the PI, you're going to have to explain this one more time. We are or we are not going to have a PI fund?
So we do have a whole separate item about this.
On that.
Totally up to you. You're welcome to ask the
That's-
questions now, or you can wait till that presentation.
We'll wait. We'll wait. That's
Okay.
fine. No, that's really all I had. That's,
Councilwoman Rodella?
I have no questions. We've gone over this extensively, so it's exactly as we expected it to be.
Councilmember Smith?
So it's always interesting when we make our adjustments for fiscal year 25-26, the same day we paid our budget for 26-27, and it's in the middle of the year. So I think it's pretty confusing to the public a lot of times. So I just had one question. So the $27,000 that we're putting towards Twin Bridges, we've already had a question about this. It shows up as a general fund expense, and then it's down in this other category as another expense.
yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I should have been more clear about that. I believe the instruction from Aaron was that the council wanted the general fund to contribute from its fund balance
Sure.
for that project. And so in order to accomplish that, we are transferring the $27,000 from the general fund into the fund where the project would be paid for.
So
which
that's
is
some of the
Parks Capital
transfer over,
project.
and then it goes out at 27. So I saw it twice, and I just was
Yep.
curious.
Yep, thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, I'd just like to make a general comment. So if you look at the summary up before all these charts, I really appreciate, you do a great job. I mean, you've come a long way compared to previous presentations, not that you've done, but previous CFOs. Okay, I think you do a great job, so I appreciate it. And this is just general comment, when you did a summary of everything up at the top, I added up the summary and it came to $3.83 million that we spent beyond what we budgeted last year. And if you look at our total budget with all the utility funds, enterprise funds, and our general fund in that, this year it's comes to like 31 million. So we had change of probably 13-14%. I'm just wondering if, and we approved all those, there's no problem, but I'm just wondering if there was a way that we could kind of foresee some of these budget items ahead of time. Because it seems like when we're adding 12 to 14% more expenditures, that we could have anticipated some of those. Now, one was the bag truck, and that was a decision, and this, of course, Twin Bridges and things, but there were a lot of other expenditures, and I'm sure some of it's because we have road projects and capital improvement funds that go across the 2 years.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was gonna
yeah.
say, is that's the big items are like the vac truck and then the multi-year projects where it's just hard for us to know when we're putting together the budget exactly how much we're going to need. So we budget for all of it in the prior fiscal year, and then we carry over what wasn't used, and that carryover is done through these budget adjustments. So it looks like we're adding a ton of money to this year's budget, but it's money that was budgeted previously, and we're just moving it from last year to this year, if that makes sense. And it is a timing thing and kind of tricky to try and figure all of that out.
Sure.
So I don't know how we could do better. We could definitely try and do better with estimating those things and get a little bit closer, but there's always gonna be some things that we just can't anticipate and timing wise.
But the multi-year projects, I would think we could make some kind of estimates a little bit better in the original budget. So that's,
Yeah, I mean,
that's my
the
only
issue is
comment.
when we're putting together our budget in June, like for fiscal year '27, you'll be looking at and possibly passing the interim budget tonight. We could make an estimate right now on some of those projects that cross over and try and estimate how much we're going to need. In the past, we haven't done that as much because we don't feel like we have a really reliable, solid number to use, and we know we're gonna have to be coming back and adjusting it later anyway, whether up or down, to get to the right number. So the practice in the past has been to wait, not include it in the original budget, and then come back with the budget adjustments to get it pinpointed to where it should be. But if the council feels like they want us to attempt in the original budget in June to estimate how much of these crossover projects will be spent out of the next year, we can attempt to do that the next time.
I think it'd be helpful, but, so the other question I had, and so I understand that, I mean, I've worked with the city budget for a while. There were several items in here for overtime. I was just curious how all the overtime came rounded exactly to an even number and was always in exactly
it doesn't
1,000.
necessarily. That's just me rounding to make things simple. If you want, I can give more exact dollar amounts for everything.
So this is, you're
but we
just
kind
rounding
of
it?
we just kind of round up. So, yep.
Okay,
Just to make sure we're covered.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, and if we all remember, last year we had 0 findings in the audit, so David does a great job and we really appreciate it. And I think you have us in such a good space that it made it possible for Aaron and Jay to take over that budget, so thank you. With that, I think we're ready for a motion, if anybody has one.
I'll make that motion. I move that the Highland City Council adopt the ordinance amending the Highland City fiscal year 2025-2026 budget as shown in the included exhibit and as presented by the staff.
I'll second.
Okay, that was Councilman Smith with the motion and Rodella with the second, and then we can go ahead and vote. Okay, and that passes 5-0. On to item 3B. This one is a resolution, so there's not a public hearing with that one, but we will let Candace take over. Candace, thank you for your help while David was out.
I think that's on now. We're good. Okay. All right. A few updates. We're going to quickly run through mainly the highlights. Building department, we added a few categories. We had been operating off of just throw it in this category, and I'm grateful that they wanted to clarify those and get those set so it's very clear to the public, the developers and the builders. The miscellaneous building fees, we did have increases in the meter fees for 3/4 and 1 inch for both of those. Cemetery also, because of the study and just our normal perpetual fund, did go up this year. So you'll see those numbers increase for the burials and the disinterment. Business licensing, we did want to add a $30 non-compliance fee. We do quite a bit on the back end, Rob and I, with mailing and contacting and trying to get them to just renew. And most of the time, it's for the businesses that don't pay anything at all. So we wanted to add a fee to kind of mitigate that. And last year, we had discussed the solicitors, the group fee. And with the model that I've got, the application process that I have in place, very rarely do the groups, even though we get like 15 people coming in, very rarely do they all come in at the same time. And so I'm eliminating that $125 fee, and it'll just be application fee per person. So I appreciate your feedback last year. I kind of tracked that through. Community development, this was just a clarification of what this fee is. If certain requirements are not met for just the bare minimum of retaining wall, it does have to go through the building department, which is quite a bit more. So Rob wanted to clarify that. So we got that clarified. We also had previously missed back since Andy was the engineer, the traffic calming application fee. We have been billing people for it, those who really would like us to do a study and take a look. So we got that added. And events. So in front of you, all of this, you'd already done, and I had been operating off of a older version, so I apologize for that. All of that has been fixed. All that you need to zero in on are those red items. So we have added the half-mile run for kids, the family run, and also made the adjustments that you had already discussed May 19th, I believe. So we got those all corrected. So Doug also had some questions that drove us to quite a few good answers. So fees generally with the meters are straight across, whether it's culinary or commercial or residential. So we will sync those up. Very rarely do you go 3 or above with culinary. In fact, I don't think ever, not unless it's commercial. Is the $10 per hour fee for pickleball court rentals a flat fee for up to 4 courts, or is it per court? We had discussed this. It's going to be $10 per court. Up to 4 simultaneously could be used. We do want to keep the rest of them available for the public. And then finally, just explaining again that correction. So there is the fee schedule.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have any questions, starting with Councilmember Campbell. Ron, do you have anything? Questions?
Did you say Campbell?
Yes, I did.
I thought you said Rodella. I'm sorry. No, I do not have any questions. Thank you.
No, thank you. Councilmember Rice?
Can you go back to the chart that you had on, one more down.
Okay.
No, I don't have any questions. I thought I did. I'm good. Thank you.
Councilmember Rodella?
Oh, I did have a question, and I just asked it to Aaron. It was about pickleball, because people are going to ask, oh, now we can rent pickleball courts for $10. And that was just a clarification that this is for special events. And so I just wanted to make sure that the public knew that pickleball courts cannot just be rented.
Yes.
It's for special events.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. Yeah. Councilmember Smith?
I don't have any particular questions. I think most of these things we've discussed in the past. So the ones I was looking at a lot was the building permit deposits, but they seem reasonable. So.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. I think we are. Yes, Councilmember Courtney.
I have just one, 2 quick. First of all,
I'm
thank you to
sorry.
Candace again. That the fee schedule is this huge, big monster thing that you end up having to deal with every year, updating for us, and wonderful job, and we appreciate it. So thank you. And just wanted to clarify for residents with regard to the traffic calming application fee of $25 that the fee schedule, there's a kind of notice at the back of it that I'm going to wildly paraphrase because I don't have the text right in front of me, but that basically it is a convenience document that we have lots of fees that get approved during the year. If they aren't on the fee schedule, they are still legitimate fees. And it explicitly says that it doesn't repeal any fees that aren't included in it. So when we have been charging that traffic calming application fee, that has been a legitimate fee that we've been charging. It isn't that it wasn't a city fee and we've just been charging people.
Thank you, and sorry I skipped over you inadvertently earlier. I think we're ready for a motion then.
I move the City Council adopt the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2027 fee schedule as outlined.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councilmember Rice and Smith with that one, and we can go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0. We are on to item C. This one is a public hearing, and so we'll go ahead and hear the presentation, then we'll take the public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council.
All right, thank you again, Mayor. So each year for about the last 6 years, I think, the city has chosen to make this transfer from the pressurized irrigation fund into the general fund. So a little bit of background. The general fund pays the pressurized irrigation fund $108,000 per year for use of irrigation water to water the city's parks and open space that the city owns. That dollar amount was calculated at that time based on square footage and amount of water used. I don't know exactly how the Public Works Department figured that out when they did it, but we've just kind of rolled with that number since then. May be time to look at that again and see if it needs to be adjusted, but for now, that's what we've been operating under. So the general fund pays the pressurized irrigation fund. For the last 6 years or so, the council has decided that that money should then be transferred back to the general fund to make it whole for that cost. This, in essence, is a subsidy of the general fund from pressurized irrigation, and it is programmed into our general fund budget and helps us to budget for the things that we budget for in the general fund. So if this transfer was no longer done, we would need to find additional funds somewhere in order to budget everything that we currently budget, or we would have to cut some things out of the general fund budget in order to make things work. State code requires certain things happen in order for us to make this transfer. A lot of that is noticing requirements. In addition to the regular public noticing website that Stephanie does, we're also required to send information to the users of the utility regarding the transfer, informing them that there's going to be a public hearing regarding the transfer, and letting them know the percentage of the transfer, how much this makes up of the pressurized irrigation fund's total expenditures. So we do that via the newsletter that goes out with each of the bills. So that was part of the June newsletter where residents were notified that tonight there would be a public hearing, that this was the amount of the transfer, and that it makes up about 3.5% of the pressurized irrigation fund's proposed fiscal year 27 budget expenditures. Another thing that we're required to do per code is to provide an accounting of our pressurized irrigation fund that shows all of the line items and where we're spending things, what we're spending on administrative overhead, and what we're spending on all of the operational costs for the fund, as well as detailing out this transfer within that schedule. So there were questions from the council this year about whether we meet that requirement of compliance. And I reached out to the state auditor's office to make sure that we are in compliance. That is something that our external third-party auditors look at each year to make sure that we've done that noticing. So they've never given us a finding on it. The state auditor's office confirmed that what we provide them is sufficient. Because our budget document is a detailed line item budget, it does show all of the line items within the pressurized irrigation fund, including that transfer amount. So that's what they look at to ensure that we're transparent, we're letting residents know that this is what we're doing. We're not trying to hide it anywhere in like a summarized budget or anything like that. So I also just showed on here for your benefit and for the public that's watching, this is the pressurized irrigation budget as it is proposed currently. So I'm not going to go through it in detail, but just wanted it to be in front of you so that you can see this is exactly what we send to the state that shows them, this is everything we're spending money on out in the pressurized irrigation fund. And you can see that last line is the transfer to the general fund that is under consideration. With that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up our public hearing on the pressurized irrigation. Would anybody like to comment? No, we will go ahead and close public comment then. And Councilmember Rice, do you have any questions or comments about this item?
So I've become obsessed with pressurized irrigation, trying to figure it out because lots of people ask me questions. And as I've talked with, Aaron in our meeting today, and I've really thought about this. I've read through it time and time again. I would prefer to keep the money in a PI. And I know we have a few extra meters, but this could go to replace meters. We're about to really get into the pressurized irrigation. And I think we need to make sure that we've got enough of those meters. I think we could help maybe with a rebate program on flip a strip on the strips for, the parkway strips or whatever. I just would really prefer to wait a bit before we put this back in. I mean, we can revisit it. I'm not hard set with this, but I'm a little worried with how much emphasis we're going to be putting on pressurized irrigation in the next while and with the charts and all of that. So I would just feel more comfortable leaving it where it's at and maybe coming up with, making sure we've got money for meters so we don't have to take it back out of the general fund. And, help people, help them apply for, turning a strip to, of their parkway strip to rock or whatever. Those are just ideas, but I just am really kind of worried to put it back in when I think we're going to have to pull it back out. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Rodella.
We've discussed this thoroughly of the reason why we do this and what it pays for. I'm comfortable with the fact that we transfer this to general fund, and I am grateful for staff for talking with the auditors to get an understanding and make sure that this is the way that it should be. As to water meters, we've received large ARPA grants for our water meters that have covered this, and I think we've pretty much have used all of our ARPA money on that as well. So we are pretty good in that area, and so I feel comfortable transferring it. This is what we've done, and this is this direction that staff has given us as well.
Councilmember Smith.
Can I pass for a moment? I'd like to hear Doug's comments on this.
Sure.
I have a few handouts that I'm going to pass out up here. They were at the doors coming in, if folks would like to look at them. I discovered, I don't know, maybe it's been a couple of months ago, that I hadn't really done a good job discussing this, my thoughts and concerns about this in council, because I understood that folks didn't think that I had really discussed it there, or discussed it here. So want to take just a quick look through. Our current approach is that we earmark about 4% of the, it's just slightly more, of the pressurized irrigation service fees. And I'm going to take just a quick tangent there, because that may be a surprising number to folks, because you just heard 3.5% from David. And the reason is we're looking at different things. David is looking at the total expenses, which is what state law requires, and I'm looking at it as a percentage of the service fees that people are contributing into the system. So we earmark about just over 4% of pressurized irrigation fees for transfer to the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. So as we step through month by month, we end up with money in the pressurized irrigation system, and additionally some earmarked money in there that we're going to move into the general fund. I've only listed 3 months here, even though there are really 12. I kind of lied on the sheet because I said to keep it simple, but the reality was that I just didn't feel like doing 12 of them when 3 of them worked okay, and got the point across. So then we move it into the general fund, and end of year, it ends up looking like the bottom line. The concern to me is that if we viewed this as a tax on PI fees, then we would simply decrease the fee by 4%, and we would add a 4% tax on it. And it's actually 4.167, but, and so it would look like this during the year. That each month we would get PI fees, and then the tax would show up in the general fund and grow there every month. The part that concerns me is that if you look at it, at the end of year, both of them look like exactly the same situation. And that's why I describe it as effectively being a tax on pressurized irrigation. From a legal standpoint, it is not. I want to be clear on that, and I want to be clear that there is nothing that we are doing here that is in any way a violation of state law. I'd like to, again, also thank David for looking into it and getting together with the auditor. I'm very pleased that our initial assessment was incorrect, and that it turns out that we have been meeting our statutory notification requirements. So that is my concern with it, and additionally that I believe that most residents are not aware that this is happening. And it is disturbing to me to plan to collect 4% more in PI fees than we need to run the system. Transfer that into the general fund for general use when residents are, generally speaking, not aware that this is happening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, no, thank you. I guess in response to that, I would just like to say that if this is something that we want to pursue and a conversation that we would like to have, I think it would be better suited for our next budget year starting in January, just because our budget is done and put together, and I think this would be an enormous ask for staff to rearrange it, and then we would need to decide what to do with the general fund because it would be short. So, Councilmember Campbell, and then we'll go back to you, Dr. Smith.
Well, first of all, I appreciate Doug's perspective. I wholeheartedly, vehemently disagree. It's not a tax because we don't tax the schools, we don't tax the churches. They're not paying into the PI fund, and yet they're benefiting from it. So what this boils down to, who do we want to pay that $108,000? Do we want it to be spread out to the PI system, which is a PI element? It is a PI function. And we have our parks, 135 acres or something of parks that we have to water. This $108,000 is ensuring that we are properly accounting for our PI expenses, which includes our parks. To separate the parks out and say we're just going to pay for that, it's from tax dollars, the general fund. The bottom line, that is not being honest with our residents because it is a PI expense, in my view. And I want it spread out to where I believe our churches, we in our ward, we had a function at Heritage Park. We use the parks. So the churches being exempt from paying into that $108,000, I don't like that. And to say that it's only going to be from the general fund, that's what it would do. In essence, you're taking a PI expense and you're spreading it out to all the taxpayers rather than the PI fund, which it was intended to do. We do this effort in order to be transparent, in order to ensure that all of our PI expenses are accounted for, and that includes our parks. Our parks don't get watered for free, and I don't think we just put that on the taxpayer to pay. We put it on the PI system because it is a PI expense. So that's where I feel it's not a tax. I believe that's totally inaccurate. If it were, the schools wouldn't be paying into the PI system, which they are. And the churches are paying into it. And we want them to pay into it. We don't want to take their savings and spread it out among all of our taxpayers. So that's where I stand.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate your clarifying that at the end, because I was thinking at first, I thought, well, I always thought the businesses and churches and schools paid PI fees because for the water that they use. I've thought about this a long time. I think where this arose the pressurized irrigation fund, when we do that, is subsidizing the general fund. And that's always a problem because you have your separate utility enterprise funds that need to be separate from your general fund because they're financed by fees, whereas your general fund is financed basically by taxes. So I think that's where you get kind of this confusion in different things. And I kind of wanted to go last because I'm trying to think it out. I think what Doug says makes good sense. I think what Councilwoman Rice, her concerns make sense, although I understand there's more than enough money in the pressurized fund for all the meters and different things that we're not going to run out. I mean, certainly pressurized fees are going to be a big topic in the next year or two. And so, you know, I think it's important. But the question I have is if we don't account for this money going back to the general fund, that's short almost $110,000, and it's already budgeted really tight. So I think anything extra would go out and we'd have to redo a lot of the general fund expenses. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so thank you for your comments. Essentially what we're doing, like you said, previously we just weren't showing any of this.
We weren't showing any of
accounting.
it, yeah.
But we do need to show that the general fund, the city is using pressurized irrigation water. So the net effect of what we're doing now is the same as it was then. Back then, we just weren't charging ourselves for water. Now we're charging ourselves for the water, but we're paying ourselves back. And just showing it all in the books so that it's transparent and everybody knows that we're doing it. It's a council decision of whether it's prudent or not, whether it's something we should or should not be doing. That's your choice to make. Accounting-wise, we can do it either way. We do have to show. I won't say we can do it either way. We can't do it the way we were doing it before we started showing the charge. We have to show that we're using the pressurized irrigation water. We don't have to transfer it back. That's up to the council to decide. And we would have to make adjustments to the general fund's budget in order to make that possible because it's a general fund expense in our parks. So,
Madam Mayor, I still have a question.
let's let Dr. Smith finish his
Sure.
questions, and then we can come back.
I apologize, I thought he.
No, I'm pretty much finished. I guess my big concern if we don't do this, that we didn't have much of a surplus this year in the next budget. And basically that's gone, and then we have to cut other programs so that the PI fund has another 108,000. And that may not be a bad thing for the PI fund, because, you can always talk about, all the issues that we're gonna have setting fees for the new pressurized irrigation monitoring with the meters. But when I'm really concerned about all the changes we'd have to make.
Yeah, and it's
yeah.
a hard thing for the general fund when we've been doing it regularly year after year, and when we're going through the budget preparation, we're programming things according to how we've done it over the last 5 or 6 years, and so it does make it difficult. If that's pulled back out, we would have to cut things.
So we've had a very public discussion, so would it make sense to keep it, doing it the way we're doing this year, but next year say, hey, we're gonna look at this and maybe plan on doing it differently? Because what Councilman Courtney says makes sense, and I understand, but at the same time, I'm just worried about it's kind of late in the game to change it this year, and where the state auditors and our auditors say this is okay, we're being transparent. But I kind of support what the mayor said about maybe we should look at this for the next budget and kind of plan for it if it's a concern.
Yeah, one other last comment I'll make that maybe is in speaking as a proponent for doing this. There are cities that feel that their property tax revenues are not what they could be because of the exempt organizations like schools and churches. And so they do even more of these types of utility or enterprise fund transfers into their general fund to make up for that perceived loss of property tax revenue, because there are some cities that have quite a large number of exempt properties. I'm not saying that Highland is in that situation where we have to do that in order to make the general fund balance and work, but it is something to consider that the churches and schools don't pay property tax, and so they do pay a pressurized irrigation fee, and so a portion of that being transferred to the general fund to help pay for general fund things is in a way making up for some of that loss of property tax revenue because they don't pay into that.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, was that?
That's all I want to say.
Councilmember Rice?
So I think my confusion is, so when I talked with Aaron, I asked how much that would shorten the general fund, and I thought the response was $35,000, because that's what I wrote down. Can I get a clarification, please?
So, yeah, so what that means is right now, we have fund balance, or surplus, I should say, right, in the general fund. But when you take, what the surplus is minus the Lone Peak revenue that we're getting in, because we should treat that as one time, not ongoing, you end up with around 70,000, right? And so you have 70,000 net revenue. If you take out that 108, you end up with about 35,000, right? And so the general fund would be short 35,000 in ongoing revenue.
So it's not like 110,000 short.
It would be 35,000 because we already had a little bit of net revenue.
Okay.
Councilmember Courtney?
Yeah, two things. First of all, I think that it is important for us to be clear when we're talking about the PI fund and the PI fees, to specify and simply to be clear that with regard to our PI fees, every single person who is paying, every single entity who is paying PI fees is paying based strictly on their usage of PI water and their prorated portion of having the ability to use PI water. That I think if we talk about schools and churches paying their part of watering the parks, and so we look at the watering the parks portion of it as being spread across all of our PI users, to me, that actually does become an issue as to whether or not this is a legitimate fee under state rules. So I think just when you're talking about, and that is the reality of what's happening, that the city is paying PI fees to water the parks. Churches are paying PI fees to water whatever they're watering. Residents are paying PI fees to water whatever they're watering. Everybody, it is a clear, reasonable assessment of fees across. And then we are transferring out money. That having been said, second point, I think it comes as a surprise to almost nobody in this room, especially after my comments earlier, that I am not a fan of this transfer. I have never been the entire time I've been on council. However, I think Mayor Bills and Councilmember Smith raised good points, and I'm going to follow Councilmember Smith's excellent example when he is opposed to alcohol sales in the city. And yet, when we were looking to adjust where some of the licenses were, he voted in favor of that because that is something that we have already decided, and this is just making it work well. Following that same example, much as I dislike this transfer, I have already voted in favor of this budget. We have voted in favor of this budget. So for the first time since I've been on council, I'm actually going to vote in favor of the transfer because I think that is an excellent example that you have set, Scott, that when we decide something, we need to follow through on moving forward with the things that are going to implement that if this was a major enough deal to me that I'm voting now, I should have been voting against the budget all along. So thank you for that example, Scott. And that's all, Madam Mayor.
And thank you, Councilmember Courtney, for the comments and for helping us all think about this and really think it through. It's appreciated. With that, I think we are ready for a motion.
I move that the City Council approve the resolution authorizing, where did it go? What did you do to me?
Just when we
I
had
was
some
in the middle of
agreement.
reading it. All right.
It's kind of kicked me out, just so
Yeah,
you know.
authorizing a transfer of $108,000 from the pressurized irrigation fund to the general fund for fiscal year 2026-2027.
I'll second.
And a motion by Councilmember Campbell and a second by Councilwoman Rice, and we're ready to vote.
I'm thinking.
So, okay, so we vote yes, it's to transfer it. Okay.
All right, and that passes 5-0. Let's go on to our public hearing for officer compensation. And again, we'll have our staff report by Aaron, then we'll go to public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to council for a discussion. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to continue our budget conversations, and you get to hear from me for the next 4 items. So,
Oh heavens, for just a moment, I thought you were about to say for the next 4 hours.
Oh, no. I really hope not. I really, really hope not. Many of these things we've internally discussed, or not even internally, right? We've discussed in public meetings. However, I will go over them to some degree because I want to acknowledge the fact that this is another big step, right, for us in the budget process ultimately, and I want to make sure the public is well informed, right, and has had the opportunity to be well informed. So with that, let's start talking about officer compensation. So, and I should have rephrased this in my staff report to talk about officer and elected official compensation. So as a reminder, state law requires us to do a public hearing for budgeted increases for elected officials as well as what they call city officers. And in state code, that definition is basically department heads or assistant department heads. So for a background, when we talk about staff, so the city officers, what's included in the proposed budget and the pay plan that was discussed with council multiple times previously is a 4% inflationary adjustment for staff. and as applicable, a market adjustment, and then a Tier 2 retirement reimbursement, again, as applicable. So those bottom two, it just depends on your position and if you're a Tier 1 or a Tier 2 employee. When we talk about the mayor's increase, so that is budgeted as what was directed by council last meeting. And the goal of this is to make it more in line, make the mayor's wage more in line with similar cities. So it looks like a big number when we talk about percents, but it gets us closer to similar cities, I'd say, but nowhere near where others are at. So to dive in a bit more to the numbers, and this is in your staff report as well. So when we look at the city officer increases, so the staff, it ranges between 4 and 5.5%, again, depending on any market adjustments that are needed or that Tier 2 reimbursement that staff are eligible for. And then when we look at the mayor's change, so I apologize, this should have been in the packet, and I apologize for not including it, but what you all have seen this table before, so this is what other cities are paying their mayors, and then you can see the average of where, excluding full-time mayors, right, who make a full-time wage, the average is around it's $29,400. Currently, the mayor's office makes $12,600 per year. What was suggested is let's get us close to Cedar Hills, right? They're a neighboring city. I mean, about half of our population, but still a neighboring city. And so that meant a 50% increase to take you to $18,900. And with that, I guess, let's see. I'll just say, Madam Mayor, any questions that you would like me to answer?
No, we may have questions after we do the public hearing, but we can. Is that all you had for that item?
Yes, I think so. Yes, that's all I have for this one.
Okay, there may be questions later. So let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. This is for the officer and elected official compensation. Any commenters? No, then we can go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll bring this back to council, starting with Councilwoman Rodella.
I'm just glad that we're in position that we can pay our officers average market value, and I appreciate that we can also agree upon that and agree upon doing a COLA expense as well. Just as to the elected officer's position, you guys know my feelings on this. I have a hard time pulling the mayor position as separate from city council positions since they are both elected officials. And I think about that not as me being a city council member, but as future city council members. When you have a pay that is significantly below your market value of what a local office pays, you essentially are self-selecting for two groups of people in that area. You're independently wealthy, and then also you're retired, who no longer need to rely on a salary. And so everyone else, your working professionals, your teachers, your parents supporting a family, your people with student debt and with mortgage, they're effectively priced out of running for office. The reason why Brittany and I ran for office is because we saw that. We saw that every single person on city council was in that self-select area. Brittany, how many jobs did you have when you ran for city council?
3.
3. I have 4 jobs right now. And, you know, we are paid significantly, not just below average, we are the lowest for city council. And we're not even looking at retirement benefits or insurance. And so we have to decide whether we want to, if we're able to take a pay cut, how we're able to take another job on to be able to fund ourselves. We are essentially taking on another job so that we can be on city council. So with that said, when we're looking at our elected officials' positions, I am asking not just for us to have a raise, but I'm asking for the opportunity to diversify our city council, to allow it to be able to be open to opportunities for those people that are not independently wealthy and that are not retired, because then what people are making those decisions, those are the people that are making decisions when it comes to your budget when it comes to your parks, when it comes to your trails, and you are just catering to a certain area. We need to diversify our city council. So with that, I think that the city council budget should be within this area, that there should be a COLA, and they should be treated as employees as well when we're looking at market value. So that's what I have to say on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Okay. I believe Councilwoman, I'm sorry. I think she has some compelling arguments there, and I agree with much of it. Just kind of talking about the history. So in 2010, when I was on the council the first time, and I haven't served consecutively, but at that particular time, because of the recession and different things, we cut the city's finances, expenditures, by what we could, and because we were having a lot of revenue problems during the recession. And at that time, as a council, we voted, and it was majority, but not unanimous, to cut our salaries as well. Unfortunately, that salary stayed in place for like 13 years, and while other things have gone up. I really support the mayor getting an increase, and the reason I do is I think it needs to come up kind of close to where our neighboring cities are. But in the city of Highland, the mayor has become almost a full-time position. And it's true because she's dealing with a lot of citizen complaints. They go right to the mayor a lot of times, attend a lot of committee meetings and different things. And you know, at this time, our mayor not only has a family, young family at home still, not, I guess, teenage family, but is working 2 or 3 other jobs. And so it just makes sense because we've gone into a system in this city where we just have one-term mayors, and people don't run for a consecutive term because of the demands it makes, and 2, the fact that they've got to have other sources of income. So I support that wholeheartedly. I was hesitant, even though I agree with a lot of the arguments of Councilwoman Rodella, that the council should go up as well. We did do a small increase 3 or 4 years ago. We get no benefits now. We did get some retirement. We did get a little bit of retirement, I should say. I said that wrong. But I was uncomfortable raising council salaries a year that we have the first property tax increase we've had in how many years? 18 years or something. And so I thought it's maybe an open discussion topic, maybe for next year's budget. But you know, I think we're here to serve, and but I think your argument is that maybe there would be more people willing to run if there was a little bit of compensation for all the time. Because I'm sure a couple of the council people who spend a lot of time working with the citizens, more than I have time to do, that they're probably getting paid about 50 cents an hour for all their work. And I appreciate the work that they do, and it's, you know, it is a great service, but I still think it's okay to be compensated for that work. So right now, I support the mayor increase. I'd like to discuss council increases in the future. I'm uncomfortable raising council salaries when we're requiring a property tax, even though it's a small property tax. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Courtney.
I'm going to lead off with the city officers, the appointed officers, that the way we look at employee salaries in the city, it's a fairly systematic approach across all of the employees. And these officers that we're talking about here, it was the same process used with them as with any other employee. It's a, I don't know that we consider it a COLA, but it is an across-the-board increase, and then additionally looking at market. It changes to make sure that we are reasonably within that band of market pay. I support the staff increases that we have here. I'll put a little plug in that, as I have mentioned before, going forward, I would very much like to see us ensure that a meaningful portion of the pay package, the compensation package that we're looking at for employees is a merit-based. But I support these. I'm having a very difficult time with the mayoral salary. On the one hand, I absolutely agree with everything that Scott and Kim said. I believe that it has been too long since we have had a contested mayoral election. I believe that it has been too long since we have had somebody run for a second term as mayor. And for all that, being on the council can take a significant amount of time. Some meaningful percentage of that is discretionary time. There is a much higher level of non-discretionary time that's involved with being mayor. I believe that increasing the mayoral salary, as is proposed here, will go a long way toward helping with all of those things. That having been said, I'm very uncomfortable raising elected officials' salaries as we're telling residents that we need to do a property tax increase. Now, there are different funds that we're talking about. But I am uncomfortable with that. I am uncomfortable with the bizarrely low threshold that the state puts on process and notification with regard to approving increases in elected officials' salaries, compensation packages. And I would be much more comfortable if we could tie this increase to increased transparency and notification to residents. Finally, I simply believe that as a matter of practice, it is a much better approach to increase elected officials' salary compensation, but not have it take effect until after the next election. I would be much more comfortable with this if we're talking about it taking effect July 1st, 2028, instead of July 1st, 2026. That would give residents time to, if they are very much not happy with this, to elect people who reflect that and have a chance to rescind that before it takes effect. That is nothing against anybody here. I believe for a moment that any of us are doing anything diabolical or thinking about it with regard to this, and I have no particular reason to think that the residents would run right out and push to elect people who are going to rescind this decision. It's just that as a matter of practice, I believe that is a good practice when you're talking about compensation for elected officials. I'm looking forward to the thoughts of everybody else and the ongoing discussion that we have. I am still up in the air with regard to the mayor's salary. In principle, I think we need to raise it. I'm uncomfortable with some of the things that are or aren't part of raising it right at the moment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Campbell.
Well, first of all, I wholeheartedly support what Kim said and what Scott said. I understand Doug's view, but from my perspective, I look at it, we're looking at a market adjustment, so we know that we're behind. So we're behind, so let's not fix it now, let's fix it in 2 years so it looks better. I mean, I know it's deeper than that, and I'm not saying that that's all it is to you, but but that's kind of what it feels like, is that we can't give ourselves a raise, but the mayor's not voting on this increase. So I don't know why we would delay it. She had no voice in it. It's a decision the council made. In our form of government with 5-member council, the mayor has no vote unless it's a tie. What's that? We have a 6-member council, but 5 voting members. You're right. We have a 6-member council. The mayor is part of the council, but she's not a voting member unless it's a tie. And there was no tie on this, so she didn't vote for this. And I see no reason to delay it a minute. Anytime you have to fix something you know is broken, I think you fix it as soon as you can, especially when it comes to salary. That affects people's lives, and I wholeheartedly agree that the council member, the council salary needs to go up as well. However, with that, it's not on the agenda, so we can't vote on that tonight, but I do think it should be a discussion for next year, and it should be decided before the election of 2027, which will be next year for the 2028 year. So we can make that decision and make it so that it's more a level playing field for who's available to really be able to come, not just want, because I think there's a lot of people that want to. Then they look at that and say, I got to have a 2nd or 3rd job, which is exactly what Kim and Brittany have had to do. I'm retired, so I'm not in that category. But it has been a council of retired and wealthy people. That's basically what the council's been, and Kim broke that barrier. Liz has broken it. I'm not wealthy, but I'm retired. I'm sufficiently financed. So I don't need it to get by, but there are those that are young families that are dedicated and love our city and want to serve, and I'd like them to have the opportunity to serve. So I hope we can approach this next year, but I support the increase in the salary this year for the mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice?
So I appreciate everything that has been said, particularly Doug. I was a teacher for 33 years. I am now retired. I was a single mom during that entire 33 years, and I carried 5 jobs, including one of those 5 jobs was working on my master's degree. I did not take a sabbatical to do that. I did that. This is a time of my life when I feel this is a service as well. I know last week I spent every single day for anywhere from 3 to 6 hours with residents from Highland, and I love every minute of it. So when you say it's 50 cents an hour, it's probably closer to 35 cents an hour. I'm not complaining. I do realize, however, at this time, and I'm always concerned about property taxes. You're going to hear that from me. I ran on that. I got to stick to that, but I know that Kurt was full-time. I'm sure that Brittany is full-time. I feel like I am full-time as well. But I would not vote for an increase for me. I would support this, but I want us to be careful that with all of these increases in wages, that eventually we're going to have to increase property taxes for this. I kind of hope I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I am correct. The only thing that I am really uncomfortable with on here, I mean, I would kind of like to see it split too, with the mayor and the others, because, you know, as far as our staff goes, you are all wonderful. I don't know what I'd do without Aaron. Chris takes my dumb questions. Rob is awesome. I mean, everybody, they're always there at a minute's notice, and I really appreciate it. However, I do think we need to really look at, I feel very uncomfortable raising the pay for someone who's not been here a year. I am I will be supportive of this. It's somewhat of a compromise in many issues. But I am very concerned that this will eventually lead to a property tax increase. And we are heavily taxed, in my opinion. I do appreciate each of you. I know how hard you work. I know what my hours are, and I'm sure that Brittany is full-time, so I'm not opposed to it, but I do appreciate everything that's done for the city.
Hey, thank you. Any further discussion?
I'd like to make one other comment that I forgot to make. I was going to mention that we talk about the property tax increase at the same time we're doing the mayor's increase. The city property tax is not being increased. There's no increase. It's the library dedicated levy tax that's going up. It's for the library, and it's $27 and something a year for $1 million home. So it's small. Now, we say small, and you can add smalls up that pretty quickly get a little overwhelming if you have a lot of smalls that keep getting added up. But this is a one-time thing. It's not been increased for 17 or 18 years for the library. We've gone, is it 17 or 18 years for the city without a property tax increase? And we were able to get by this year without it, and we're able to include these salaries in it without a property tax increase. I want to make it clear that there is no property tax increase with any proposed increase in these salaries.
And also to make it clear, we do have 2 items coming up related to truth in taxation and the certified tax rate.
But my comment was, I'm afraid it will lead to that. It was not that it's a property tax increase. I don't want to be, that someone took my comments out of text, but I am worried it will lead to that.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, or do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion. I move that the Highland City Council adopt the ordinance enacting compensation increases for the mayor as specified in the agenda and specific city officers for fiscal year 2026 to 2027 based on the market survey.
I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, I move to divide the question so that we vote on the mayor and the city officers separately.
I prepared a potential on that, but if you have a different, you feel free to.
Yeah, because they are related but independent issues, that a motion to divide the question is not automatic. It requires a second and a vote, and a majority vote.
Is there anybody who would like to second that? I'll second it. Okay, so that was, did you catch that, Stephanie? Councilmember Courtney and Councilmember Rice. So let's go ahead and we'll do a voice vote on that motion to split into 2 different motions. Councilmember Rodella?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Courtney?
Yes.
Councilmember Campbell?
No.
Councilmember Rice? And that fails 3-2. So now we can go back to our original motion and we can take an electronic vote on that. Okay, and that passes 4-1. And I would just like to make a plug for an increase in council's salaries. You guys all do so much, you spend so much time, and I agree with Councilwoman Rodella that it does weed out a certain group of people, and it's difficult to do that on top of the other responsibilities. Okay, we will move on. This is you again, Erin. To the truth in taxation item.
Thank you.
And this is not a public hearing.
Correct. This one is not a public hearing. And I will say, Mayor Bills and I were joking that we already have a list going. Today we were joking that we already have a list going for fiscal year 28. So council wages will absolutely be added to that list. And David doesn't like to hear me say that because we're just getting, well, we're not even done yet, right? Even after tonight, we won't be done. Okay. Because the council is considering a property tax increase, anytime we have a public hearing about the budget, we have to present what's called the property tax impact schedule. And this is a document that we put together that gives a summary of what is that increase going towards. What does that look like? Voting for this item doesn't mean you are voting for the tax increase. What this would mean is you're voting to say this is what the tax increase is being considered for ultimately. Because while this one is not a public hearing, I felt like it made sense to do the presentation about what all of this is, right? What the library tax increase is. And so that's what I'm going to be doing here. And as I mentioned before, Mayor Bills and Council, I know that you have heard this or a variation of this before, but because maybe some of the public who is here tonight or watching tonight has not, I'm going to go through this again so that they are fully aware that all of the considerations here. And this will be, there will be additional opportunities for the public to learn, but I want to make sure that they're well informed tonight as well and have that opportunity. So with that, we begin. How does the library get its funding? So the primary source for library funding is the dedicated tax, right? There are other sources, but that really makes up a majority, which is good and bad for the library. From a good perspective, it provides the library with the funds that are dedicated that cannot go anywhere else, right? The council back in 2007 said we want a dedicated tax for the library, and so that means those funds can only be used. But as we will talk about, and as I'll show a little bit of video, when you are solely dependent on property tax does not increase with inflation. The state has designed it to purposely not increase with inflation, and so that ultimately ends up putting you in a bind eventually because you don't have your dollars shrink ultimately when you talk about inflation coming in. And so I would like to show a quick video about that for the public. And this video, there's two videos tonight. This was put together by Utah Leagues of Cities and Towns to try to help us educate our public about how property taxes work, because there's a lot of confusion out there about this. So Jay, I think you have to hit play. I don't think I can.
Property values are key to determining how much property tax an owner pays. County assessors determine the market value of each property. The market value assessment is intended to be close to what your house would sell for. The market value is also the base amount that a tax rate is applied to. Properties are taxed at 100% of market value, unless they qualify for a residential exemption. Only 55% of the assessed market value of a primary residence is taxed, regardless of whether the owner or a renter lives there. Property values change due to market shifts, property improvements, or the county's reassessment of the property. Counties provide property owners with an opportunity to appeal market value. Increased property values do not result in your local government collecting more money. However, different increases in property values can result in tax shifts between property owners. For example, if your home's value increases $10,000 and your neighbor's stays the same, you may pay more in property tax than you did last year, while they may pay less. Local governments set their budgets independently of property values, meaning rising values alone don't increase government revenue, but changing values can shift the tax burden among property owners.
So lesson 101, if you don't ever increase your property tax rate, you are going to have less and less buying power over the years, ultimately. And that's the big push that the library is feeling at this point. Oh, shoot. Thank you. Okay. So history, how was the library tax set up, right? So it was established in 2007 for the library to open in 2008. But ever since 2010 and 2013, the council made a conscious choice to decrease the revenue that the city was receiving. And so there has not been an increase, to points made earlier, since 2007, right? There have only been decreases. What would this look like when we look at other libraries? So we are fairly unique as a city to have our own dedicated library tax. It's much more common from a county level, but I've got up here charts to look at the property tax rate, the different, not general rates, but just specific to dedicated library rates, where they are at. So we're in the yellow right now, towards the far end of the chart. I'm trying to think right on your side, yes, okay. Where we are currently, and then where we would be with the new tax rate. So certainly well below average, but are increasing, would increase it, but would certainly keep us well below average when you look at what other libraries are doing as for a dedicated tax. One question we get a lot is, does the library still get used, right? Is there still a purpose for the library as times have changed? And I will say, yes, people are still using the library. They may be using it in different ways, but they absolutely are still using the library. So a few statistics for you. So when I had Karen pull some data for me for the last 12 months, right? So from June through May, last 12 months, what has happened? So for the last year, we have had 60,500 people come through our doors in a year. Overall, that is a 37% increase from the year before, which breaks down to about 200 people a day, days that they are open, right, is how I did that math, come into the library every day. What about, what are they using at the library? So programs is a big thing that our library didn't do, say 5 years ago, and we've really pushed towards making that happen and making that a thing. So these next few charts compare our median program, median, whatever the data point is, median to other libraries in the state, the median for other libraries in the state. So you can see that on average, more people per capita are attending our programs than are attending throughout the state. And so I feel like that's a kudos to our staff who do a really great job. And then when you look year over year, we've had a 5% increase year over year. Let's talk about circulation. So are people actually still checking things out? So this is total, that includes ebooks as well as physical books. Again, our numbers are greater, our median numbers are greater than when you look at median throughout the state. And we've seen a 12% increase per year, year over year, excuse me.
Aaron, could I just quickly, this ends at 2024. The reason that 2025 is not included is that the state library has not published that data.
Thank you.
So this goes through the most recent data that we have published. We're not cherry picking by leaving off 2025.
No, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. The graphs up above are just what we get from the state, the most recent, whereas I tried to use the most recent data we had for the stats. So thank you. Okay, electronic circulation. That has been a big change, certainly, right? So I'm the same, a resident spoke before about using Libby. I'm the same thing. Actually, I use the physical library for my kids, right? I get lots of children's books, and I might have one that's overdue right now and almost is to the fine stage at this point. But me personally, I use Libby all the time, right, for ebooks. And you can see year over year, we've had a 9% increase. And again, we are above average, or above the median when you look at the data. TLC, that's another big conversation point that you're going to hear, is how are people using the library and what is this increase potentially for? So Timpanogos Library Consortium, or TLC, this chart looks at what it is. It's a share between American Fork, Pleasant Grove, and our library, where we essentially almost act like a county system in that you can place a book on hold, and whatever library has the book available will transfer it to that library. And we do that twice a week, Karen, we make the runs. And so what it means is a staff member from every library is acting as a courier at least 2 times a week to make that happen. We've had a lot of questions about, is that actually a benefit to Highland ultimately, right? Or are the other cities getting more benefit out of it? When you look at it, so we get more transfers in than we get transfers out, which in some ways surprised me because we're a smaller library, but we also have a smaller collection, so maybe that's why we get more transfers in, but we absolutely are getting a net positive when you look at the transfers in versus transfers out for this. So for last month, in May, we brought in a little over 1,000 books and we transferred out 700 books, ultimately. What else does the library do for our community? So one of our residents spoke to this earlier as well, but If there are not physical things you're checking out, if you're not attending programs, there might be materials, computers, programs you're accessing, using it for printing, electronic databases, right, or software programs, small businesses meeting in our library, or using some of the resources of our library. And there are statistics out there where libraries, communities that have libraries have lower crime rates ultimately. And so there are a lot of tangible benefits to a library and why libraries are still relevant in this day and age. Now, property tax is not the only thing that we considered, and there are absolutely other things that we have considered and we should continue to consider. One of those include fees, right? So a conversation came up about, should we increase fees, right, to cover this cost? We do charge fines, I should say, if your material is never brought back, right? If you reach the threshold where it's never brought back, we do charge that. But beyond that, we are limited on what the state allows us to charge for a library to still be what they call a public library, right? Libraries are supposed to be free to members of the community, right, who pay for them through property taxes. So us charging a fee to library users would actually make us not a public library, which would remove us from the ability to obtain state grants and to use the Libby Consortium, which provides us a lot more access to books or to additional materials. Okay, well, can we use savings or fund balance to balance this budget? While that is an option, fund balance is there for emergencies, like when you get a phone call from the fire chief on New Year's Day that the library is on fire, right? And things happen. Or one-time things, right? That's what fund balance is designed to do. The problem that we're facing in the library right now is ongoing, so it's not something that staff would recommend doing. What about donations from outside entities? Because we do have at least 2 organized groups, right, who at times provide donations to the library. The struggle with that is those entities are not controlled by the city. They are separate nonprofits. We can petition and ask them for money, but they do not have to necessarily grant it, and so their donations really fluctuate year by year. And so again, because we're talking about an ongoing problem, it's hard to balance the budget with one-time fluctuating money for ongoing problems. What is this for? What is the property tax for? And this is summarized in the impact statement, but I did get some questions today, just confusion, well, today and actually earlier in the week, confusion about what is this actually going towards. So our goal is, we want to, from a staff, there's 2 components, staff and other, that I'll talk about. From a staff perspective, our goal is to keep up with the increased work hours resulting from TLC. TLC is fantastic in that it provides a lot more items for our users, right? I put a book on hold here, and I'm sure I have half of the books at my house are coming from Pleasant Grove or American Fork. It's just whoever has a copy available, that's what gets, you know, I place it on hold and it gets delivered to the library where I pick it up. But with TLC has come an added workload of about 40 hours a week. And while it's a wonderful benefit, it is stretching our staff to the point where we've had to already delay some programs, and it's using some of our most valuable staff for tasks that we feel like would be better served by other employees. And so the ask for this is, it's 3 things. And I want to be very clear that one of these is a new change that just happened in the last week, so I want to make sure that everybody understands this. The first is to convert 1 part-time position to a full-time position, which would be about an additional 12 hours. So currently we only have 1 full-time staff member in the library, our library director itself, which puts a huge burden on her to help cover and to pick up the, when you have part-time staff, things happen, right? They are not as dedicated as full-time employees because that's not their primary devotion ultimately, which requires, but that being said, we still have a library to run, right? We still have to be open to the public, and so having only 1 full-time staff really is a large burden that is increased over time as we've gotten more demand on our library. So that would be the first ask for staff. The second is adding 2 additional part-time staff. The first one we've talked about already is 1 additional part-time staff. We call them library assistants to help facilitate the needs with TLC. The second position is a courier position, and again, this was just added in the last week. Karen and I were taking one last look at our seasonal line items and the part-time line items just to see, do we have everything correct? Because as we talked about, Karen's been here for a little less than a year, and so there's been some transition and some confusion, well, not confusion, but just making sure that we had everything correct in the budget, right? Where different positions are assigned, where they go, how many. And so as we took a second look at everything, seeing the impact of TLC, seeing everything, we felt like having a courier dedicated to just doing the TLC runs makes sense. So that person won't ever work in the library. They will just come to pick up the books and then transfer the books. And so we anticipate that being 4 hours per week, a year-round position. It would equate to about $3,700 per year, and that does include the small retirement benefit that we give our part-time employees in lieu of Social Security. So that is a new change to that position. So it wasn't meant to surprise or change things with council. It just really, as we were taking one final look, we felt like that made sense. But, and we do feel like it's, well, not appropriate. Legally, we're able to add, right, because this is a change to the impact statement that what was presented and voted on by the council in May. We feel like legally we can do this, but of course the council, this is the council's budget if they decide they don't want to include that moving forward. All right, so that's the staff. What else would the $171,600 go towards? First would be programming. It's really, again, this ties back to staff, but it's help us to keep up with TLC so that we continue with our current program that we've had. Normally we do about once a quarter big event, and we've already had to postpone one of the more popular ones just because we didn't have the staff to keep up with it with all the other demands. In addition, Karen obtained a grant through the state to do some senior programming called the Highland Senior Hub that's been going on Fridays for a couple of months now and has become a really fun thing. That grant expires soon, and we would like to continue that moving forward. And then the final thing is Libby. As was mentioned a couple times tonight, we used to obtain federal money through the state that, well, it helps subsidize the cost of Libby. That's not happening anymore, and they're changing how they charge for Libby, and so we're having about a $10,000 increase to keep the same status of Libby that we have had in the past. So those are the main things that this increase would be used for. Again, what if the council chose not to move forward with this increase? Because it's purely a policy decision. It's purely a level of service decision, right? Because to keep the current level of service that we have historically had with TLC, with the extra programming, this is what is needed. But if council feels like a property tax increase is inappropriate, we can absolutely do that. It would mean a cut in services, right? And which is really a policy conversation for council. So what would that look like? We could exit TLC, so remove our partnership with American Fork and Pleasant Grove. We'd go back to where we were before, right? So it means longer hold times for patrons when they're waiting for a particular book just because we only have access to the books that are in our catalog, or we could budget more money to purchase additional books. Libby would be the exact same way, basically, is where we would have less access to books on Libby, so again, longer wait times for patrons for popular materials. Reducing hours. We could cut some hours. Thank you. Isn't staff great? We could cut hours for staff. Of course, there would be some impacts to patrons. In addition, there would be more pressure on staff. Assuming the use was still the same, it's essentially you have to do the same amount of work in less time, right? To pull books, things like that of that nature. Because most of our staff is part-time, the savings is pretty minimal when we cut hours, but it is something that we could absolutely look at. Could we reduce programs? Yes, so like we said, we could, we already postponed some events. We could look at eliminating events as far as our larger quarterlies or reducing our story time, discontinuing our senior programming. Ultimately, it's, again, this is a level of service conversation, and I would say we want to be careful because that's one of the things, when we talked about earlier how the use of libraries is shifting, in some ways, while we are still growing in circulation, in some ways it's shifting more towards people are interested in programming, and that's why they come to a library. So something to keep in mind as that's considered. Okay. Ooh, dang it. Okay, this one, I wanted to have show one video about what's the, when we talk about, okay, what would this mean? If council decides to move forward with this, what is the impact? And one thing that always scares people when they think about property tax increases is you're talking about my whole property tax bill, which is a misunderstanding that a lot of people face, and I think this video explains that well.
In Utah, every property is part of at least 2 taxing entities, a county and a school district. But you'll likely find other entities like cities or towns, service districts, and voter-approved bonds on your tax bill. Think of it as a pie. Total property tax is divided into slices, one per item on your bill, each funding their own services independently. If, after careful consideration, your city or town proposes a property tax increase, it only affects the municipal portion of your bill, not the whole pie. For instance, if your annual tax is $2,500 and $325 goes to your town, a 5% increase means you pay an extra $16.25 for the year, or about $1.35 per month on the municipal slice of your property tax bill. Knowing who is proposing an increase and how much they affect your bill helps you understand and engage in the budget process.
Thank you. Will you move forward for me too, in case I try to start the video? Okay, so when we look at our pie, this is what our pie looks like. Alpine School District takes up 73% of Highland residents' property tax bills, right? So the Highland City, the general tax is 8%, and the library right now is 1%. I'm trying to remember if that includes the tax increase or not. Do you remember? We will check. I will check on that while the discussion is being had. But it's 1% of the tax bill. So while a 50% increase, as we're going to talk about on the next slide, seems like a lot, I don't want people to be scared. And ultimately, again, this is a council policy decision. But the average home value, we just got new numbers on Monday, is $1,036,000 roughly. So currently, this is again just for the library. The city, for a resident pays, in an average Highland home, pays $55.30 per year for the library. This would add $27.36 per year for a total of $82.66. It's a 49% increase of the library rate, but 7.5% when you look at, if you added the library plus the city together, it's 7.5%. So $27 per year, less than $3 per month. That's kind of the mantra that we've been saying, which is roughly equivalent to the price of a hardbound book, right? And so that's what this tax would actually mean for our residents. As a reminder, where are we at in this process? We've been talking about this in a number of different meetings, a number of different times. We're getting towards the end, but not quite there yet. So right now, what's before you is to do an interim budget approval, because the final decision can't be made until after the county publishes their taxation notices. And so the final decision on this isn't until August 11th. Right now, we're a couple of months away from that. We do plan to have some public information meetings in between now and August, assuming council wants to continue moving forward with this. But that is where we're at. And at this point, I wanted to take questions about, if it's okay with you, Mayor, I want to take questions about the library, the tax increase for the library itself.
Okay, Councilmember Smith, do you have questions? We'll start with you. Do you want to not start with you?
No, it's okay. Can we make comments or just
Sure.
questions?
Yeah, no, whatever you want.
So I've said quite a bit about this, and as we mentioned earlier in the meeting, we haven't had any property tax increase for 18 years, which I think is pretty impressive. When I was running last year, I looked at the certified tax rate for all the communities in Utah County, and we were in the bottom 4, and there were 3 underneath us: Eagle Mountain, Cedar Fort, and Fairfield, okay? So I understand Eagle Mountain, you live in Eagle Mountain, is going to have a significant property tax increase this year. So even with this little tax increase for the library, we still may be the third lowest, and that's out of 25 communities. I was kind of surprised when I found that. The interesting thing is until the last couple years, the library dedicated tax was not separated out on your county tax bill that when you would get it. It was always combined with the city, and it's always been about 15% of the total city property tax. And again, back in 2010, and I was the swing vote on this because it was 3-2, we lowered the average property tax $60 a year, and that's held in place since 2010. It's now 2027 budget, so that's 17 years. So the library's portion of that was approximately, for the average homeowners, $9. So we're actually, just trying to recoup this, but actually our property taxes are not going to go up even what they were before 2010 when you take the whole consortium. So I just think we have to kind of remember that. The Timpanogos Library Consortium is a real boon for Highland with our small library. I work with the Friends of the Library and American Fork Library, much bigger library. Pleasant Grove's much bigger. They have much bigger budgets. They have many more staff members. I think, if I remember, American Fork has like 23 staff members. And so I think if we really want to take advantage of the consortium, we need to kind of step up a little bit and help. So when I calculated my property tax last year, because we haven't seen it this year, of course, the library got 1.2% of all my property tax. With this increase, it'll get probably 1.8%. And there's a charter school up in Alpine, and I like charter schools, but my kids have never attended one. They've always gone to just regular public school. But that charter school charges almost as much as what we pay for our library every year. And I'm happy to pay that, but my family all uses the library here. So I just, at the same time, I just think we need to kind of make sure that people understand we're going from a 1.2% of your property tax up to maybe 1.8. Do I like property tax increases? No. Do I think this is a valid increase with a good service that's heavily used by people? Yes. So I don't have any particular questions on your presentation. I agree what you've done, and I appreciate the statistics.
Thank you. I have just two quick comments. First off, I just wanted, because I got a question earlier about this, to be clear that the staff increases, those are just staff increases. It is not attached to a specific individual. So any hiring that will be done will just go through the normal processes that we have to do. So that's not attached to a specific individual. The second thing I wanted to say is I learned something from lots of conversations with a very, very smart former mayor. And he suggested that I think strongly about wants versus needs, right, all of the time. And so I was thinking about that, and I was talking to Councilwoman Rodella, and a lot of what we do in this city is wants. So parks, Highland Glen Park, Highland Family Park, our trails, replacing playground equipment. There are lots of things that we do in the city that are the Highland Fling, that are wants, not needs, and I think that that is what makes for a really great community. So that's all I have. Councilmember Courtney.
I would just like to chime in agreeing that looking at state statutes, that yes, it is fair game to update the PTIS at this point. In fact, if we want it to be accurate, we almost have to, because anytime we do it before this, we don't have accurate numbers from the county. So we'd be just going off of guesses. unless we updated it now. I took a look at the updated Exhibit A, the property tax impact schedule, and it looks good to me. Everything maths, everything, they're the numbers that I'm expecting, so.
Thanks, Councilmember Courtney.
Am I allowed to?
Did you have a yes? I'm
Directly
hoping that
related
it's a dad joke
directly
is what I'm
related to
hoping.
what Doug was saying, but I wanted to clarify that the update pertained only to the residential valuation. The business valuation is something new that the state has mandated, but it's not something that the county has been tracking. And so the number we have up there is something they gave us from the county assessors to use, or the auditor to use, but they did not have an updated one that was updated at the same time as the residential. So I just wanted to make that clear. If you were expecting to see both numbers change, only one did.
Thank you, and thank you for Doug for always being the numbers guy. Do you have anything else? I do not. Councilmember Campbell?
Yes, my support for the library is absolute. But I do have some questions on the presentation. You mentioned that a percentage goes to the retirement in lieu of Social Security. Are they given the option of contributing to Social Security? Is that not an option?
No, our organization, Highland City as a whole, has opted out of Social Security. And so there is no option for any of our employees to contribute towards Social Security.
Okay, and I asked that question knowing the answer because I wanted the answer officially understood. It's not an option. So it is this, is it the exact amount, 7.65, whatever percent?
It's 7.5% is what we do for part-time employees.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. I could not support this increase more. I think it's needed. I think the TLC has done leaps and bounds beyond what I ever anticipated. I'm on the board, so we anticipated, well, this is going to be a good thing. And it's, to say it's quadruple is even, it's probably 8 or 10 times the volume that I ever imagined it would be. So when you talk about 60,000 people with a residency of 20,000, 23,000, whatever it is, that is a lot of people going and using the library, and those are the ones that come into the library. If we added in all those who use Libby, it's considerably more. So I fully support this. I believe it's needed. To think everything we're doing with one full-time employee, and we're one of the best ones running in the state, kudos to the library, and I support this.
Councilmember Rice?
So are we going to have comments after the public hearing? Is there a public hearing?
There
There's
is
no
not a public hearing on the next two items. There is a public hearing about the adoption of the interim fiscal budget, but there's not a public hearing with these two items today.
I do have some comments, but would you mind coming to me last?
Happy to. Councilwoman Rodella?
I think we've discussed this quite a bit. Really, there's nothing new to say. This is just kind of formality of how this works. With all things that has to do with change, and especially has to do with change in property tax, I think the best thing to do is to have a good communication, to be transparent, and make sure that the general public has a good understanding of how property tax works and the reasonings behind that. And I feel like whenever there is good communication and transparency, then the residents then can get behind this as well.
Councilmember Smith, you had a comment?
I just had a short comment that I meant to say and I didn't. So if you look at our total budget, and I think for everything it's like 31 million or something in the new budget, and this library is around $500,000, that's about 1.6%. And so, you know, we spend a lot of time over the last few years talking about the library budget, and I think it's important and all that, but I think we need to always kind of put things into perspective.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Rice?
Okay. So first of all, I really appreciate all the work that's been done on this. I know it's a lot of work. I'm the only one who's never been on the library board. I do consider that a strength. I need to make it clear as to why I'm voting against this budget for the library increase. I am not against the library. I am tired of people spreading that rumor and I don't really want to be chased out here on that either, but I spent part of my discretionary fund for the cover of a truck to tote books to Pleasant Grove, American Fork, and back to Highland. But it is time to set the story straight. I wanted this to be on public record. We saw 25 to 30 people here at one council meeting not too long ago, here to save the library, which reminded me kind of Save the Clock Tower from a familiar film, which kind of showed the misinformation that was being spread on an echo chamber in this case. They did finally understand that the tax is for a full-time person, one part-time person, and now tonight we have learned yet been informed that another part-time person will be added for courier purposes. This is not for books, nor am I suggesting the shutting down of a library. That is not correct. It is interesting to note that out of 200 people that I have spoken to, only 40 or so are in favor of another tax increase, property tax increase, and that includes the 25 that were here that night. I, too, am surprised about that one. The reason I am against this dedicated tax is for the following reasons. Number one, the PI water bill, which will likely increase for most Highlanders, which should be coming by next April. It is not a tax, as we have pointed out earlier tonight, but we've never been charged for PI water before. So this is an increase in what you're going to spend for household. Number two, plus upcoming, we have a for sure property tax increase coming with the new school district in Aspen Peaks. Lastly, there is money that can be used, that I believe it can be used, that is already in the general fund without requiring a dedicated tax. This, I believe, is a want, not a need. I'm opposed to a dedicated tax because they do not have to exactly account for how it is used or for the outcome we seek. No adjustments are being made by the library. American Fork and Pleasant Grove did have to make cuts. They decreased their hours and they decreased some programming. That is the inherent flaw with taxes. I rarely appreciate what the state legislature does, but they got this one right with attempting some accountability through the truth in taxation law. The program here is we just keep changing what it is used for, as in this case. Highland, you will get your tax increase for your property tax increase for the library. I use the library rarely. I read 5 books a month. I'm not patient enough to wait for it on Libby, but I am opposed to a property tax increase when I believe we have other money that can be used, but I'm honestly just opposed to property tax increases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, we can go ahead and vote on this item.
Oops,
Yes.
Mayor, I do feel like I need to show the impact schedule itself. Just so this was in the packet, but I do want to show to the public itself. So included in the packet is the impact schedule, which illustrates our current rate, current revenue, the proposed revenue, which ultimately means $171,600 more. When you look at it from just the dedicated library tax, again, it's a 49% increase or $27.36 per year. And then the impact schedule goes on to illustrate the need or what the increased revenue would be used for, which we've already gone over that. So, thank you.
And just to clarify, the version that we were voting on here was not in the packet.
Thank you.
It's the one that is up here and that was emailed out, rather than the one that was distributed, because we didn't get numbers until
Yes.
Monday and we distributed
Exactly.
the packet on Thursday.
Thank you. So the two things got changed. The budget without tax change number here in the middle, we had, honestly, we messed up the math on that. And then number one, and number two, the primary residence valuation, our original number was $1,009,000, and the county increased it on Monday to $1,036,000. So two changes, and the exhibit as well as the resolution have been updated with that information. And it looks like we might have forgotten the voting slides on this one, so we don't, no, I think we decided, we do have to vote on this because it is a new resolution, Stephanie. So I apologize, I'm going to need somebody to look at the motion that's in your packet, and we'll have to do a voice vote, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I move that the Highland City Council adopt the resolution approving the revised property tax impact schedule.
Motion by Councilmember Courtney
I'll second it.
and a second by Councilmember Smith. And let's go ahead and start with you, Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Courtney?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Rice?
No.
And Rodella?
Yes.
And that passes 4-1. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute, like literally 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back. On to item F.
Okay, did we? Oh, that's true. That's a good point. One little answer, so Councilmember Smith mentioned this, but we were running the data. So that pie chart I showed you, that 1% is the library. It will increase to 1.8% if the tax goes through, and that's assuming nobody else increases their rates, right? So who knows? But right now, would potentially go to 1.8.
Good on the fly math, Scott. Score.
All right, on to item F. Erin, this is you again.
Thank you. So we are required annually with the budget process to have the council adopt certified tax rates. As we talked about, tax rates are set to make it so that if market value changes, right, it's immune to inflation ultimately. So what you'll notice is there is a decrease in the general city rate, right? Highland has two rates, general and library. And so the general rate actually is decreasing as property values have increased in the area. One final note, these figures include the proposed increase. If the council is continuing to consider this, you have to adopt currently proposed increases. Again, this does not final anything. That doesn't happen until August, but we have to, this is kind of our signal to the county that yes, we're really, really considering this. And so here are the new rates themselves. Again, the city general rate would show a decrease to maintain the same amount of revenue, whereas, as we just talked about, the library would have an increase. And that is all I have on that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, any questions on that, starting with Councilmember Courtney?
No, I don't have any questions.
Councilmember Campbell?
So the certified tax rate decrease has already been given to us by the county?
Yes.
That's fantastic, because then we're operating from what we know. So I don't have any questions beyond that.
Councilmember Rice?
But it decreases, the county decreases, but it says these rates will not become final until the council makes a decision. Well, excuse me, I got ahead of myself. Continues to consider an increase to the library property tax, these rates will not become final. So we're not considering that, or we are considering that?
We are considering it. I'm sorry, I did not state correctly. So the county gives us rates as if you don't want to change anything about your property tax revenue, here's your rate. And essentially, if you want to adopt something different than what the county's given us, we have to do it right here. And so the dedicated library rate, the 000145, includes the increase that the council is currently contemplating. So if things are passed as they are, the county will move forward and they'll know the city's not looking at a general increase, but they are looking at a potential increase to the library dedicated rate.
Okay, but that really doesn't make any, that doesn't make any difference from last year to this year. We're not, other than library.
Other than
Correct.
library, absolutely correct,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
All right, that's really all.
Councilmember Rodella?
No comment.
So I just wanted to make a little comment. So it took me a while to figure this out when I was on the council. So when the county assesses the property and your assessments go up as a whole on the city, the county still says that we only get the same property tax plus property tax increase from growth. So the only way it increases growth. So when the assessments go up as a whole and are averaged out, the certified property tax drops, which it did this year. And so, again, even with this little library tax increase, we may still have one of the lowest certified tax rates in the county. So,
Perfect. Councilmember Courtney, you had one other comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just noticed this in the resolution, and I should have asked this ahead of time. It says that be it hereby resolved by the City Council of Highland that a tax rate of .000775 is hereby levied on all taxable property lying within the corporate city limits, or the corporate limits. Is that the wording that we are required to adopt? It seems like an odd thing to say that something is hereby levied when it's actually not going to be levied until
August
August 11th. Do we adopt a new, I mean, how does that work?
David or Rob, can you maybe help me?
So it's hereby levied for the specific fiscal year.
Right.
So
But
it
the
won't
fiscal
take
year
effect.
starts before we approve the,
We had a conversation with the county about this very specific thing, and there's a couple of code provisions that we read one way and they read a different way. My interpretation initially was to say, well, we don't adopt it finally until August, after the council goes through some taxation and we hold a final hearing, because that's when we actually adopt the rate. The county says, essentially, you know, they appreciate that, but we still need to file something with them and the state now, and so we have to have the council adopt this. It seems odd to me, but this is how the county has directed us to do it, to stay compliant.
as has been the case in the past, the county basically says, yes, we understand what you're saying. That is a very interesting point. Pound sand to do it this way.
We've heard that before.
About it.
Yes, we have.
Yeah,
Okay.
from what I understood, maybe it helps to distinguish this resolution as adopting a proposed rate, where in August you would adopt a final rate.
Do we know, it doesn't matter maybe for this evening, but do we then in August adopt another resolution that is essentially word for word this resolution? And
yes, we
is
will.
it- Okay.
I think it boils down to the fact we're adopting a tentative budget, which includes the increase that has not yet been approved. So it's tentative because it's not approved. I read this the same way, even though the wording does not say that. But I think it's tentative that tax rate. But we won't know until August 11th, because if it doesn't pass on this by this council, it's going to be reduced. So I wholeheartedly agree with Doug's point, but we have to do what the county tells us we have to do. So we'll go along with it.
Councilmember Smith?
No, I just agree with everything. I agree with everything that's been said. That came out wrong, I'm sorry. But anyhow, I think the other thing we need to remember is this property tax isn't collected till November. So we've got a little wiggle room. It's not like on January, or, oh my goodness, July 1st that it starts, right? So, okay.
Okay, I think with that, Erin, was that all you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we're ready for the motion.
I move that the City Council approve the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2026-2027 certified tax rate of 0.000, I wish I'd had more zeros, but it's only got 3 zeros, 775, which includes 0.000630 for city operations and 0.000145 for library operations.
I'll second.
Hey, a motion and a second. That was Councilmember Campbell and Rodella, and we can go ahead and vote. And that passes 4-1. On to item G, and this one is a public hearing. So we'll go ahead and start with our presentation, then we'll go to public hearing, and then we'll come back for a comment.
Okay, let's talk about the other 98% of our budget, Mayor and Council. So we've discussed this in the past, but just as a reminder, so when you look at the overall budget, to Councilmember Smith's point, it's about $30 million, right? When we look at all of the different enterprise funds we have in the capital projects. Highlights, so in the general fund, I should say general fund highlights, there's a 3% projected growth in property and sales tax. Property should be slightly less than 3% now because of new numbers we got from the county, but it's 3% for sales tax. We are receiving a one-time reimbursement from Lone Peak for, that all had to do with the formula readjustment and the excess assessments that we're accumulating in fund balance for Lone Peak. So that $264,000 is coming in. This does not include any fee or utility increases. So garbage is one of those that we were thinking about in the beginning, but we have been able to, there is an increase in garbage to the city, but we are able to absorb that and not have to pass that on to the residents. And as we've just talked about, is the increase to the dedicated library tax of $171,600. Let's talk about some of the expenses. And so this is going to go throughout different funds, but so there's improvements to Beacon Hills Park, thinking about adding a pavilion there, Highland Glen Park, and then 2 additional parks with the parks tax money. There's an added lieutenant position in the police department. The city is making its final payment on the building bond in this fiscal year, this coming fiscal year. And then we talked about potential increases. Well, no, there are some increase to security at city facilities, meaning like our lift stations, pump houses, things like that. Additional funds for traffic calming, that's something that council hears a lot about and our residents care about, and council prioritized. Additional funds for personnel, specifically for community events, so converting, well, two positions. Additional money for community events to put more into our events, and then as far as personnel goes, it's a conversion of our part-time code compliance officer to a full-time planner tech / code compliance. And then, how did that drop off? And then also additional funds and personnel for community events. So our lead events person would shift from part-time to full-time as well. What has changed since you approved the tentative budget? The first one changed just today. We learned that, going back to the conversation we just had, even though the potential property tax increase all has to do with the library fund, the state requires us to hold in reserves the same amount of money in the general fund that the tax increase would produce. So we had already done that in the library fund. If you remember, there's a separate GL for the potential new increase. But in additional readings of the code, we realized we have to do it in the general fund as well. So how I did that today is I've increased the use of prior year fund balance in the general fund, and then added a line item in administration in the general fund for a potential property tax increase. Neither of those actions will take place, right? We aren't spending that money, aren't using, transferring that money, not transferring, bringing in that money or spending that money until the council makes a final decision. And honestly, after the final decision in August, those line items will go away anyway, but it's something that the state requires us to do to make sure that we're not spending any money before council makes the final decision on truth and taxation. So beyond that, you've heard about these changes before, so, most of them. We got new property tax numbers from Utah County just late last week, and so it resulted in a little bit of a decrease from what we were hoping to get. They gave us new estimates that showed a decrease to what our estimate was. Use of $100,000 to pay for the potential security updates. So we also, besides the well houses and things that we've talked about updating security on, we've talked about doing some security updates to other city facilities, thinking more like City Hall and the fire station, potentially Justice Court, because those are one-time projects. Staff's proposing using fund balance to pay for those. When you look at all of these numbers, all of the fund balance uses, that would still leave us at 29.5%, which per state law, we can go up to 35. It used to be 25, and then they increased it to 35, so this would leave us at 29.5. We've added $2,100 in to pay for an interlocal agreement that we entered into Utah County a couple years ago to help towards homeless services. The council's already voted on this, but $6,300 increase to the mayor's position. Wow, typos. To bring in more in line with surrounding communities. And then as I was paying last utility bills, it looks like we're starting to spend more money in utilities at the community center, so I did an increase in that in that line item. Lone Peak budget increased by $5,700, and that tied back mostly to the fire department needing to increase their billing costs, and then a little change to Central Utah assessments as well. We added in some dedicated funding for the open house event. Honestly, we've kind of just found funding. It's towards the end of the budget year, and we kind of just have found funding, but it would be nice to have some dedicated funding so we know where we're pulling that from. The federal government has required local governments to now make sure all of the documents on our website are ADA accessible, and so the add-on for that from our current software provider is included in here. As we spoke out earlier, or as I mentioned earlier, I should say, the North Point is doing a $2 per ton tipping fee increase. But again, we always have the goal of trying to be as close to revenue neutral as possible on garbage. We don't want to make money on garbage. We just want to break even. And as we've updated those numbers, we feel like we can still get very close to breaking even with the city absorbing those costs.
Could have been worse.
Absolutely. And thank you, Councilmember Smith, for making it so it wasn't worse. Well done.
They were looking at doing more than double this, and so it was a big change. And we were going to have to do an increase at that point. So, pay plan, we've discussed this. So 4% for a majority of the staff with some market adjustments for some staff. There have been some wage adjustments as well that as I was doing a final look at the budget, some personnel have left or we've hired personnel, so I put in their new wages or potential new wages or benefits that they would receive. We've talked through this already, but the cemetery transfer to the general fund we've added in. Again, talked through this, the library courier position, and then a little bit of money for public works tools and supplies as we've updated our vendor for that. This is in the packet. It kind of gives you a very high level look as to what does the budget look like, right? So we have, I don't even know, 15 funds, a lot of funds, and this goes over, okay, where is the fund balance at? What are we bringing in? What are we spending? So how much net revenue are we using, or are we using prior year balance and where we end up? If you look at our budgeted expenditure, budget revenue, let's start there. $32.6 million is what we are looking at bringing in this year in total in the city, and spending $31.9 million. So the city is required to have a balanced budget, and we do have a balanced budget. And as staff has reviewed, we feel like this budget, while it does use prior year expenditures for some funds, we feel like it is still putting the city in an appropriate position where we are protected in case of emergency and have our funds sufficiently covered. And then that is all I have on this item, Madam Mayor. And as a reminder, we do need a public hearing on this.
Perfect. We'll go ahead and open that public hearing now. And I'm hoping there are comments. I'm looking at you. No. But we would love to hear your comments as well.
Welcome. Thank you for having me here. My name is Kurt Osler, Highland City resident. My clock's going. Okay, here's a little bit of fun things I've kind of researched. In 2017, we did not have the road fee. That was the first year the road fee came about. Since 2017, 2026, we've had no property tax increase, but we've had the road fee increase as well as public safety. In 2017, the budget for the city was $8,920,000. In 2026, it's $14,764 as proposed. What's interesting is inflation from 2017 till now is 34%. The city's budget has increased to 37%. Now, how does the city get their money? Of course, it's from sales tax, franchise tax, new build, which will increase the value, property tax, road, and that. So as we look at the library in 2017 was $353,000. If we adjust it to inflation, they should be at $471,000. If you don't do the proposal, they're at $429,000. With the proposal, you're going to $601,191. So you have an increase. If you look from what the inflation should be to what the proposal is, $129,230. I understand you're proposing $171, but there's a gap because of the inflationary aspects. So my question on the library is the services you're providing and proposing $130,000 increase, is that worth the property tax increase? Now with that, as I looked across your budget, here's a couple of things I see going forward. A couple concerns is what part of the budget is coming from grants. Where you're benefiting from grants, it might go away, where your budget goes away. The other thing is by moving to a full-time person in your community events, what are you expecting them to do? Have you got a vision what they're going to do? Is it a full-time job? That would be just something as a question. I understand for continuity. I've heard the thing, we want continuity, but do we have the work for them to do? The next thing is, would it be better for the library to actually be part of the general fund? Because it seems that they keep slipping back, but if maybe they're part of the general fund, they might have to defend their budget, but they also might see a benefit as sales tax increases or the other increases versus just property tax. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Excellent insight as always. Thank you. Any other comments? No? All right, we will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will move on to Councilmember Campbell for any comments or questions.
On the town center exaction fee, we're just carrying that over year after year. We can't get rid of that. We have a fund balance in the exaction fund, town center exaction fund, $8,428. We're going to have a fund balance at the end of $8,428. Why do we have to keep that there? It seems like it's money that's just sitting there.
My recollection
It's
is
not
that
Apple Creek. What is it called now?
10700.
10700 still pays into this fund. Every time that 10700 pulls a building permit, so Apple Creek, the McKay Christensen project, every time it pulls a building permit, it pays into this fund. As soon as the building permits are all done there, then we can wipe this out. But until then, it was a kind of a pioneering agreement where the entities in town center paid into or pay into to help reimburse the infrastructure.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Councilmember Rice?
So is the $2,500 utility fee at the community center a bit of a jump? Or I don't know what it was. To me, that's a huge jump. If you want to go back to that, because I have.
Hold on, we have to record.
Okay.
Is it, okay, is your mic working, Councilmember Rice?
Is my mic working? Yes, it is.
Is the recording
Okay.
working,
All right.
Stephanie?
recording? Okay.
Okay.
Let me
just make sure I'm recording here, hold on. I will start a new recording. Okay, now we can go.
All right. So once again, I'll just repeat it since we had a little technical issue there. $2,500 utility increase at the community center seems like a big jump. What is going on? I mean, maybe we're using it more, we're leaving the light on more? I mean, that's a lot of money.
That is, let me see if I can go to that department really quick and see what percentage that is increasing, because I can't even remember what the number is. Okay, community events. Okay, the current bill there is $5,000, and this would take us to $7,500. So when I look across the years, I should say, in 2024 we used $7,500. In the couple years surrounding it, we've used more like $5,500. I don't know if I can point to you what is causing that increase for a couple. Well, I say one thing, I know Rocky Mountain Power has raised their rates, so that would be a portion of it. Beyond that, I don't spend enough time in the community center to answer that question.
Is it Enbridge gas, or is it on gas?
Yes, yes.
I just think that's really high, even for Rocky Mountain Power. I mean, mine went up $2 a month, but I can serve pretty well. And then I just would kind of like to know why that is, and maybe we could watch the lights or something, I don't know. And then the wage and adjustment for new hires, and I didn't get the whole thing written down before it shifted.
I can't remember if this was.
You could explain that just a little bit more for me?
Yeah, so
I'd
when
appreciate
we
it.
first start the budget process and I input everybody because we budget for what people currently make and the current people who are employed with us. So if we have turnover, like when a staff member leaves or when we hire a new staff member, my spreadsheet is now inaccurate. And so as I was doing one final pass for the budget, I added in new wages, like if we have hired somebody or, for example, somebody's left. This was a question Councilmember Courtney had. A position left in our water department who was one of our water operators, and all of a sudden you see the benefits jump really high. And the reason for that is, so I budgeted for the wage, but the person who was currently in the position is a single individual, and so they were taking basically our cheapest level of benefits.
So it's
but
benefits.
I feel like it's both, right? But I feel like it's prudent for me to plan for somebody who has a family to come into that position, and so that increases. So the tweaks here and there were just relative to the turnover that's happened since I first started this spreadsheet. I can't remember the last time we touched it for staff, but May, maybe, or no, more like April.
I kind of knew that, but I just, so this is above and beyond what we just approved for the 4% and 5% increases for staff?
It's not necessarily, it's not necessarily an increase. It could be, in one case, I remember when looking at it, it was a decrease because we hired a staff member who was making less type of a thing. So it's changes that have happened to the budget since the tentative budget was adopted in May.
Okay. So, and then, this is just a comment, but, the county makes us be accountable for quite a bit. I would love to see what that $2,100 is going to cover for homeless services. I don't know if we can request that. What is this
I'm
cover?
happy, I'm on the warming shelter board. I'm happy to talk to you about that.
Okay, that's really all I had.
Councilman Rodella?
I don't have any questions on this. Yeah, I think that's a good observation, that $2,500 increase to utilities, to why that is. I know there are several entities that use that community center for free, and maybe that's something to look at as well. But other than that, I think this looks great.
Yeah, and if at some point we need to adjust our rates to account for that, of the rental rates. Councilmember Smith.
Okay. So I appreciate all the work that's been done on this, and I just, again, kind of want to put things a little bit in perspective. So our neighboring city south of us has a population which is twice the size of ours. Their expenditures is over 4 times our expenditures. And so you kind of have to look at why that is. So I think by and large, as a city, and actually the total things you're presenting in this budget is less than last year's. Of course, that includes all the utility funds and enterprise and everything. So, and I appreciated Mayor Osler's comments, but he also didn't talk about the main driving factor of why the budget has gone up. And it's the $2 million increase for public safety over the last 4 years, which, many people think are justified, and, but at the same time, that's a big driver. And so I think we need to keep that in mind. So we do run this city very efficiently. The other thing we're not pointing out is in 3 months, we're going to pay off a big bond, the building bond, and in 15 months, we're going to pay off all of our bonds, except the little bit we own on Provo River water users, okay? We'll be one of the few cities, probably in the nation, which is debt-free. We've done that with a budget which is smaller than many of the cities around here, and with a smaller property tax. So I just think that is kind of kudos to the efforts over the years of council members and staff and everybody to run this city very efficiently. So it's still a lot of money, it's still a lot of taxes. We all pay way too much tax. But at the same time, as you showed in there, even with the library and the city tax, it's like 9% of what you pay in property tax, most of it which goes to the school district, and the county charges a lot more. So I just like to put things in perspective. None of us like any sort of tax increase and different things, but we're running this city really efficiently. And if we're lucky, in the next year or two, we're going to have our own property tax, or not property tax, but sales tax. And zip codes, what I'm trying to say, zip code. So that will make a difference in our sales tax revenue. So I'm looking forward to that. But thanks to the staff, thanks for all the work on this. I think it's well done.
Wait, sorry, Brittany, I forgot to ask one question. The use of the $100,000 for the fund balance to pay for potential security updates to city facilities, do we know how much of that we will be using? Is it the full 100,000?
The 100,000 is a round number that I plugged in. So at one point we were, the bid that we got back was closer to 200,000, and council let me know not, too much, right? Let's scale it back. And so I picked a round number. Honestly, I haven't gone out to get new bids on that, and we are definitely trying to do much cheaper alternatives than what was originally proposed. Actually, and if we want to talk offline, there's been some things we've done even in the council chambers to try to improve that have not cost any money. So
I guess I just want to see, did council come to a consensus this is something we wanted approved in the amount we wanted it approved for, or no?
Personally, I'm okay with putting $100,000 in the budget, but once we're talking about specific things, I'm going to want to take a
Okay,
look
so
and see
you're
what
good
that.
for 100,000?
I'm not. I've never been a fan of, if we put it in the budget, we have to spend every penny of it. We spend what's needed. If we can do the security changes that we need for $60,000, great. I mean, we should look at that as we're looking at the individual things. But in the budget, I'm okay with $100,000 at this point.
I don't remember us talking about $100,000.
Me neither.
That's a bit much.
and I apologize if I wasn't clear in our conversation. So that do you know what?
We talked about it.
100,000 has always been in there. The only change why it's listed up here is at one point it was just planning to use ongoing revenue, but as some things have shifted, ultimately, we needed to use one-time money to make this happen, right? And because it was a one-time project, staff felt that was comfortable. Because we're talking about individual buildings, even if any of those buildings come in under 25,000, which is ultimately within my approval level, my intention is still to bring them to council because I understand this was a thing that council was very passionate about. Again, 100,000 was a number I picked out of the air, not set on it, don't even have bids well, I have a bid that's over that, right? But it's something that I wanted to continue the conversation about, and I felt like the only way to do that and not have to make a plan to make a mid-year budget adjustment would be to put it in the budget now.
That's the way I understood it, so I thought you were clear.
Councilmember Courtney, do you have questions or comments? And I know that you have an alternate.
That is actually from Aaron, not from me.
Oh, perfect.
Yes,
but
that one's mine.
The only thing that I'll point out is we talked about some changes to wages and benefits, staffing-wise. And yeah, the one that jumps out that you specifically mentioned in the culinary, that it's a wage increase of like $1,000 across the culinary fund and a benefits increase of like $18,000. But we may or may not be spending that is budgeted for the kind of maximum benefits cost that we may get depending on who we hire, so.
Okay. One answer I can give you, it's not the full answer on the utilities, but as I was looking over the last 12 months, so the three charges that come out of there are gas, power, and internet. Our internet bill has actually increased by $100 per month. And maybe staff had a conversation with me about that and I forgot. I don't know. I need to follow up on that. But so that's at least $2,500, or no, $1,200, excuse me, of the 25 is an internet increase on us.
Who uses the internet over there?
All of our renters actually ask for it.
All ask for it, okay.
Yeah.
And that's with Xfinity, right? Sorry.
Comcast, yes, is our internet provider. That's a tricky area. There are not other options unless we want to spend a whole bunch of money to get other options there.
I think we probably need to look at what, like Kim said, and raise some fees on that one.
I know we've already discussed the fees that we're charging, but was there an increase in the community center usage fee? Candace isn't here, but
I don't recall any.
because I'm wondering if we could absorb that some of this $2,500 by increasing the fee of using the community center so that we at least kind of get a break even and not have to depend on the taxpayers to supplement it.
Yeah, absolutely, that's something we can consider. I don't think that was one of the changes we brought, but
I can't
you're, I mean,
recall.
if it's all because of internet, right, which are renters are the ones who are using it, it would make sense to do that.
Yeah.
Room rentals,
That-
no, there's
that's-
no changes.
As soon as I found out it's the internet, I'm thinking, well, that's the users that
Yeah.
need that, so let's get the users to help pay for it.
Is it possible, I'm thinking just physical proximity, that for convenience, we are having the Parks Maintenance Building and the community center both using the same internet, and that's driving costs?
What I'm wondering, because that was originally what we were going to try to do, and so I'm wondering if that's part of the increase.
just
And
need
if
to
so,
separate
then we
those.
need to change it from, at least a portion of that, you know, the $100 needs to be paid out of parks, right, not out of community center. So if council's okay, I'd like to dig into this more and then bring back some more information for you about, is it user fees really that should be impacted, or should some of that be going to parks?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and if there, yes, Councilwoman Rice.
Could they check the air conditioning again, please?
I think Stephanie had checked the air conditioning. It is warm. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys want to go find a fan?
If I'm warm, it's
I
warm.
don't know, do we think it's broken? What do we think? Oh, all right, we're gonna have to figure this out.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, I think we are ready to move along.
Jay, my clicker is not working.
That kicked me out when that little
Actually,
blip.
you mentioned it earlier, Mayor. Aaron, would you, just with the ordinance, since it is different than what showed up in the
Yes.
agenda packet?
Thank you for the reminder, Councilmember Courtney. I even brought it up with me and I still didn't remember. Okay, in the ordinance itself, it's in front of you. I added a section to Article 2 that notes that $171,000 of the general fund balance is put in a restricted account that will not be spent until the final budget is adopted in August. So that was a change in the budget document itself, as well as the ordinance that you are considering in front of you right now.
So Aaron, let me just ask a quick question. How does that work? So basically, for 6 weeks there until something happens to the truth of taxation, you've got $171,000 froze, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's not going to impair other items?
No, it's essentially, it's the state's way of making sure the city doesn't start spending whatever the new funds are for
Before it's been
until
approved?
August 11th,
Okay.
until the truth in taxation.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to make, you can do it, Jackie.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council approve the ordinance adopting the Highland City fiscal year 2026-2027 interim budget.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. A motion by Councilmember Courtney and a second by Councilmember Smith, and we have electronic voting. And that passes 4-1, and we will move on. Rob, it's your moment.
I feel like there should be slightly larger fanfare for completing the budget process. I mean, we're not done, but we're very, very close to it. So this is an item that was continued from the last meeting regarding Highland Mains. So this was initially proposed as a change to the signage requirements for the property. So just as a reminder, Highland Mains is our project across the street behind the Little Caesars area. That's been subject to a development agreement from 2007 that was amended in 2022. It's also zoned CR. The development agreement established certain pre-approved design signage types, dimensions, and locations. And for those areas that it doesn't touch, they follow the CR zone's signage regulations. The developer, M&G or Midtown National Group, has asked to amend the allowed signage in the development agreement. We walked through this all last time, so I'll kind of be a little bit brief on it. I will say we due to some scheduling conflicts, we have a representative of M&G on Zoom, so they'll be able to speak to this. However, I've also talked with them, and they are fully on board with the changes as proposed by the Planning Commission and as the council kind of looked at before. So those changes, again, this was the current signage. This is what they had originally proposed, and then the changes were to essentially make this a black background with white lettering. I talked to them about that. They said that makes sense. It'll be consistent with the other signs. Nothing really changed on this wayfinding sign or on the pedestrian wayfinding signs. And then on the commercial center freestanding signs, those taller signs, the biggest change was they were going down from one sign that's tall, 25 feet, down to two signs that are shorter at 15 feet. Part of the discussion was about whether we should still require that 3-foot stone base requirement that we have in all the other commercial zones. That's what the Planning Commission recommended. So then that's what they kind of recommended there. Talk that over with, again, MNG. They think that makes a lot of sense. It'll be aesthetically pleasing. It'll match also with the Highland Main's design of kind of wood and kind of black metal and stone. So with that, I will kind of move on to the other thing that kind of got brought up a little bit. We heard from a resident and a representative of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints a little bit earlier about regarding this fence. While this was ongoing, you'll remember a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month or so ago, I showed the proposed office for the northeast side. Drew Parcell is the developer of that site. They're looking to develop that, put in the 2-story office building. He did obtain architecture approval from the Planning Commission. As part of the ongoing negotiations between M&G or Midtown and Drew Parcell, they're looking at him purchasing both of the northern lots. Lot 2, which is northwest near the ball field, and Lot 3, which is the northeast side near the parking lot. Part of the original development agreement said that M&G would have to complete the fence, so they already built the one on the west side against the residences, but they didn't build it on the north side near the church. M&G is ready to install this fence. They've ordered the panels, they're ready to build it. Due to this negotiation regarding the potential sale of Lot 2 and 3, or mostly Lot 2, to Drew Parcell, Drew Parcell asked me that if the council would be amenable to postponing that requirement to put in the fence now. Again, M&G, Midtown, they're ready to put it in. They've understood this as a requirement in the development agreement. They want to get it done. They think it'll benefit their development, and it will. Drew Parcell indicated that he was looking at potentially purchasing the church ball field in further discussions with our representative from the church. Sounds like those negotiations may not have actually happened yet, which was contrary to what I was informed of. So we have presented this for the council to consider. M&G they want the fence done, and they're amenable, as I understand it, to allowing Drew to take over responsibility. But if that doesn't happen, they want the fence installed and they're ready to move forward with it. So what the language we've proposed is, if the council's amenable to this, that essentially we shift the responsibility for completing the fence to the northern 2 lots. Right now, the requirement is no building within the Highland Mains project, so everything interior of the frontages, can get a certificate of occupancy until that fence is complete. The proposal would be no buildings in Lot 2 and 3, the ones immediately adjacent to the church property, can get a certificate of occupancy. This practically could delay the fence for an undetermined period of time. It seems very likely that Mr. Parcell is moving forward with the office building. He's in the process of working with staff on a building permit. So we anticipate that being under construction, but it still may be a year or 2 out before that building is ready for certificate of occupancy, so that might delay the fence out that long. If for some reason, if somehow he does work out a deal and actually talks to the church about purchasing the ball field and they reach terms on it, we would require him to fence that property as it gets extended. But that's also an uncertain thing at this time. His request essentially is asking, I might do something, and would you give me some flexibility in that fence so that if I end up doing that purchase, I don't have to tear the fence out and then reinstall it. This is a legislative action, so the council can decide what makes sense for Highland City. Staff-wise, I don't have a recommendation on this. Either way, we want the fence to go in. We always require commercial sites to screen off their uses from adjacent residential sites. I do generally support not wasting time and money, but on the other hand, if it's indefinite, who knows? So, see that I have a motion that's drafted. Again, this is legislative. You're not required to approve this. You can weigh the facts and policies you deem relevant to this decision and making the decision on it. And I put two kind of bullet points if you want to adopt. One is the approval of the proposed amendment that includes all the sign changes that the Planning Commission recommended that we went over, including that rock base on the CCF sign and the black backing with the white lettering. And then separately, you can also include, if you want, the change to the timing of the perimeter masonry wall. Again, you can deny, approve with both of those or one of them, as you would like. We did hold a public hearing on this last time, so no new public hearing is required. And we have Christian Holbrook from MNG on Zoom, if you'd like to speak with him as well.
So I think we would like to hear from the applicant since we made him come back. One quick question though, if the purchase of the ball field happens, that would still need to go through a rezone, correct?
Correct. That property is all zoned R140. To make any kind of commercial development, it would have to come back through council, and we would do, as we kind of started with a different rezone, there'd be a neighborhood notification, there would be several public meetings and hearings on it. It would be a quite public process. But that requires them to purchase the property and then apply for a rezone, and we'll start the process.
So that may take a minute. All right, we would like, I think, to maybe just hear a brief explanation from the applicant, and then we'll see if council has questions.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, very nice to meet you. My name is Christian Holbrook. I'm part of the team at MNG, and we're the group developing the Highland Mains project. And we also own Drew Parcell is now interested in acquiring. And it's been really wonderful working with Rob and kind of picking a lot of this. Has been instrumental in helping guide us. And yeah, I think the major theme that I want to talk through is the signage exhibit. And I'm here today because our original site development agreement did what we had anticipated on our bigger signs along the perimeters of the property, being on Timp Highway as well as 5300. And I think that we had proposed an amendment to the site development agreement, the signage exhibit specifically, to accommodate a large sign on 5300, because if you look at Lot 4, which is Highland Mains, that's what we call it, they're kind of siloed in the middle of Highland Marketplace. And we thought it would be a little bit easier for passerbys to see which tenants are located within that from the streets. And regarding the sale or potential sale to Drew Parcell, that's really, we own Lot 2. They're under contract to sell it to Drew. We are not affiliated whatsoever with the baseball field that is owned by the church. We were at one time, have since dropped out maybe a few months ago now. And yeah, I'm not sure where he's at in that process. We've already ordered the wall to go up. Our contractor started installing it last week, and Drew showed up on site and asked them to pause to try to get some resolution here. That fence to go up or the wall to go up as soon as possible. But we understand, and like Rob said, if we can save, but kind of alleviate some additional costs in constructing a wall twice, that's really on Drew. We're already paying for it, but maybe he doesn't spend twice the money. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the project or hear any concerns or anything else.
Councilmember Rice, questions?
Would you come to me at the end? First of all, I think we need, I want to separate these two between the signs, which I'm assuming we are doing, between the signs and the fence. Are we not, or is that correct, or?
I will have to hear from all the council and then take a vote, I think, to know what we're going to do.
I would prefer to separate that on the vote, because I think I would differ on some of these things. I don't know if we can really, I need you to come back to me.
Okay.
Because I haven't really formed my questions, but I don't know if we can hold a fence, with more anticipation of a sale.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's kind of my feeling right this moment, so.
Okay. Councilwoman Rodella, questions, comments?
I agree with Liz. If we could just separate this out and make the motion for the signage and then go back to the wall, that would be great.
So I agree with the last two as well. Let me just ask a couple questions, though. So my understanding, let me just clarify this. Most masonry walls are 6 foot in the city, but I think when it's next to commercial development, it can be 8 foot. Is that correct? Because it's 8 foot on the other side of what used to be Hart's on the run, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the west side is 8 feet.
Yeah.
The development agreement, I will have to double check that. We had
I have to
anticipated
double check that, because I was thinking it was 8 foot. I just wanted to clarify that. Or is it still just the 6 foot that we have in residential areas? So the other question I have is, if they build the wall now and that, they wouldn't have to tear down the whole wall. They'd only have to adjust part of that wall, right? Because part of that wall is on the south side of the parking lot for the church. I don't think the church is selling the parking lot, are they?
No.
They're selling maybe the Ball Diamond area. So to me, it doesn't seem like you'd have to tear down the whole wall.
Correct. And because it is a precast wall, potentially they could save the panels.
The panels.
And then just tear out the columns and then relocate those and add some new panels to match.
But
They
I
would
just
have to
like
extend
clarifying the
those.
height.
Yes. I'll look that up right now.
Because residential 6, but I think commercial, it can be up to 8. I don't know. I can't quote the code right now.
If it helps, I do believe we ordered a 6 foot wall.
But I think we need to double check the code.
What's the westerly wall that's already in?
6, I'm sure, because.
If it's 6,
The residents adjacent to it say that it is 8 feet.
Is that true? Because I always thought commercial was 8 feet, but I should have double checked that before I came in tonight.
Do you have another question while he's looking that up?
No, those are my 2 questions. One, do you have to tear down the whole wall if we build it now? And 2, I just want to clarify the height.
Okay. While Rob's looking that up, Councilmember Courtney?
With regard to the signs, that aspect of it, hearing that M&G is on board with those changes is all that I need to hear to go for. I think they're good changes. With regard to the, actually, I did have one quick question about the signs, but it is a Rob question, so I will hold off while you're investigating something else rather than stacking multiple questions on you at once.
Maybe I'll answer the first question and then we can add on the next one.
Yes.
Our code talks about, so this is what our fence code describes as a screen wall. And it says a screen wall with a minimum height of 6 feet. And then it seems like the only time it goes up to 8 if there's a loading dock next to it, but the 2 offices don't have loading docks. At least that's not their plan. So it looks like we were only requiring a 6-foot fence. My understanding is it was to match the existing one. But I haven't personally gone out there to measure the existing height, so I don't know what the current standard is.
So they should match, if nothing else.
Yes.
Rob, there was a slide earlier that the top bullet was something about the signs are regulated by city code rather than the development agreement. If we amend the development agreement, how do those interact?
So essentially, because this is a legislatively adopted development agreement, it takes precedent
It just
over
overwrites.
But if they want to do anything other than the development, or what's in the development agreement, you fall back on city code. So in this case, for a long time, the development agreement didn't really address the CCF signs, those tall signs, which is why the council member a few years ago, we had a text amendment that changed the code in the city's code regarding those to a 25-foot height, because the development agreement didn't touch it. Now we're just saying, we'll just put it all in the development agreement as one sign package. And then again, they could theoretically choose, but I think they want to build their signs and be done with this. But if they decided to do something different, we would say, okay, it's not in your package, it has to be in the development code. And
okay. With regard to the masonry wall, I think Mr. Higbee made some really good points about making sure that we have separation between the different types of things. Chris, is there, from a construction standpoint, is there any reason that having that masonry wall up before construction of the office buildings causes a problem?
No, certainly not for us. Again, we don't own lot number 3. That's owned by a third party, and
Right.
Drew buying that from the third party. I don't see why the wall couldn't be installed along the lot 3 perimeter, because the baseball fields that Drew is talking about potentially purchasing from the church, that's really not above lot 3. It would be above to the north of lot 2. This fence installed as soon as possible. So I don't see why we couldn't have our crew install on lot 3, and then depending on what city council votes on, if we paused on the lot 2 property line or just continued on. So that's all.
Okay. And from a city staff standpoint, working with other developers and contractors, are we aware of any reason why that would cause?
No, I don't see any reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Campbell.
My only question has to do with a very kind letter that we received from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that basically said, we're going to be selling half of the lower section of that. We're going to be negotiating with the buyer on that. Please don't interfere. That's basically what we were asked to do, which I think is very reasonable on their part. I just want to make sure that if we require this, that we're not interfering. But we have a representative from the church here. Are you representing the real estate side that's possibly selling that? So you don't have any concerns with us requiring that now, with potentially the sale being impacted by that?
If you, can you come back up to the microphone?
Yeah.
And just let our recorder know again who you are.
I apologize.
Is your microphone on? I'm sorry.
There it is.
Thank you.
They're ready.
Test. No, so sorry. Josh Wynn, Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Christian and his team are fantastic. They were great to work with, and that's why we kind of initialed that original letter of support to try to let them work through that while they were under contract. I think that Rob and Christian in the city, I think everybody really tried to see if we could make that work. And so, however, what I would say is that I have been the developer applicant many, many times, and I can say that every time that I have been an applicant and asked for an action, I've shown up to support it. So as someone impacted by this request, that's why we've shown up to say that we do not support, at the time, the wall being forestalled to allow for something that may or may not happen. And there are only 2 of us that handle the assets for the church here in Utah. I handle all of its sales. I have not been contacted by Mr. Parcell, and I actually have some history with his family, so I know him. But there is no contract and no discussion that we've had that would lend for you as a council to make a decision that you might want to wait and frankly put Christian and Midtown in a situation that isn't really beneficial to them.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you.
I
Thanks for the
appreciate that
information and
clarification.
thanks for staying. Did you find our budget process interesting?
To be honest, now, I don't have a vote, but I would vote for your mayor to get a raise.
And the city council?
City
We're not
council,
doing that now.
probably. No, it was fantastic, but I would say that quickly, as someone who deals with these budgets and deals with very sensitive community issues, you know, part of us being here is to support the families that don't support our own decision. We're very conscientious of that. We're very grateful for the opportunity that we have to come in front of councils like yours, and we know your jobs are so difficult because so are ours. So thank you so kindly for the response to the letter. We probably meant every word of it. We really did like Christian and his group. I think they're fantastic. I think they've given you a really awesome product. We'd just like to have some separation and privacy, right,
Wonderful.
for the use of the church to separate kind of those two spaces. So
Well, that clarity absolutely helps me in my
Thank you.
decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And probably the biggest surprise of the night is there's not been any negotiations there because I've thought it's been going on for the last 6 months.
Christian, we worked with Midtown a lot. They were awesome. Like, I can't say enough nice things about them. They were really professional. But we do not have any offers. I handle all of those offers, and I have not had any communications, phone calls, or discussions.
Well, it's landlocked. The only access is Highland Mains, unless you want to give up your parking lot.
So currently, it has a fairly low value. So,
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
we're aware.
totally landlocked. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice, do you have anything now?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
So I think we
It
can,
just- if we just separate.
well, yeah, like, we can make a motion to do that if somebody would like to.
I can. I'll try.
Okay.
I move. Do you want me to separate first and then?
Yeah, try separating and see what happens, I think.
All right. I move that the Highland City Council separate these two issues between the fence being one for a vote and the second to be the signage for a vote.
Doug, does that work for you, or do we need separate motions for each? Or is that just to separate?
Well, or do you want me just, never mind.
As long as that works for Stephanie, I think that, my personal take is that it sounds like if we just include the top bullet point, then that probably works for council. But
So I just want to clarify this because it seems like the second part there is if we were going to change the requirement for the fence, sounds like there's kind of a consensus not to change that. So doesn't the original motion cover the wall going in now? Am I misunderstanding this?
That is correct. If you just make a motion and just include the first bullet point, it means that we're going to amend the agreement, but we won't touch the requirements regarding the wall. So the current requirement to install it, essentially now, would stay.
Right, so it's kind of, we still build the wall now.
Still would build the wall now, so.
That makes sense, Liz?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
I move that the city council approve the proposed amendment to 2007 development agreement for the Highland Mains project, including all changes to the proposed signs as recommended by the Planning Commission.
I will second it.
Perfect. Motion by Councilmember Rice and a second by Councilmember Smith, and I believe we have electronic voting.
I have one question, Mayor. Drew Parcells' brother was supposed to be here. Is somebody in the crowd from, okay, just wanted to confirm that that wasn't an option. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you.
it looks like we do not have, at least I'm back to waiting for the presentation
Yeah.
to start, so I think we'll have to do
It
voice.
booted me out.
Okay,
It did
let's
boot me out.
start with you, Councilmember Courtney.
Yes.
Councilmember Campbell?
Yes.
Councilmember Rice?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodella?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. And,
Mayor?
yes.
Can you tell me who did the second on that motion, please?
I did.
Councilmember Smith, that
Thank
was,
you.
yep, Rice and Smith. And let's talk about dogs.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for coming.
So we had a fun experience where we just changed the code regarding how did we process new uses being applied for, and now we get to apply it. So how exciting. We've had a request to add a new business use to the R140 zone. Specifically, it's for this property. This is SR 92 and kind of near 6400 West. That used to be there used to be a home, and it used to actually connect to SR 92, but when it got widened, UDOT bought the property because they had to cut off the access to it. So again, while this is a proposal for this property, it does apply to all R140, so most of Highland. The proposal is to add essentially private dog training and recreation. I added the comments from the applicant in the staff report so you can see. Essentially, they're trying to run a business where they essentially bus in some dogs, and train them or recreate with them to help people who can't do that themselves on this property. So in terms of process, even though this is an amendment to the R140 zone, you don't have to take this to the Planning Commission as per state law. It is a legislative process, so you can approve or deny based on any fact or policy you deem relevant. Oh, wow, I added a transition, or I added 2 slides. And you can also make this use either just a permitted use or a conditional use. I looked through the factors that the council looks through, and they didn't really point strongly either to approving it or denying it. This is really just a judgment call from the council, what you think is appropriate for the R140 zone. In terms of if you decide you want to allow this use, staff would recommend not making it a conditional use because that just makes them jump through another hoop. If you want to allow this, let's just put all the conditions in there up front and make them comply with it rather than trying to figure it out on the back end. It always works out worse that way in my experience with land use. Making it a permitted use with a bunch of conditions is better. What I have proposed is that they would have to acquire a business license, comply with all dog regulations applicable to owners of dogs. They have to fence off the property to restrain the dogs on site. They cannot create any nuisances, which would include noise. They'd have to collect waste and dispose of it properly. They couldn't irrigate and have water run off into either our systems or to adjacent properties. Hours of operation be limited to 8 to 6, Monday, Saturday. The dogs will be limited to the allowed number of small animals. So R140 allows 12 small animals per 20,000 square feet of property, not prorated. This is just over an acre, or is an acre, so they could add up to 24. Their proposal is for about 10 to 14 dogs. And the property could not be used for dog boarding or kenneling, so no dogs overnight. It is bring them in there, train them, create with them, have fun, and then take them off-site. They're not staying there overnight. This is a public hearing. The applicant, I believe, is also here. Great, so they can kind of present their point of view and tell me where I got anything wrong. And then you can also impose, if you decide you want to approve this, you can take the conditions staff has proposed, you can change any of those, you can also add additional ones, parking or traffic or anything else you deem relevant to this. And with that, that ends my presentation.
I have one question. The agenda packet doesn't list this as a public hearing, but it is.
That is an error on my part. It is a public hearing.
Okay, perfect. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and I would like to hear from the applicant at any rate.
Kind of point of order. How can we have a public hearing if
We
it
didn't
wasn't
notice
listed
it?
on the agenda? We didn't notice it.
Let me ponder on that because I might recommend we have to continue this, but
Let's
Did
hear
we
from the
notice
applicant.
it? Did we notice it and just didn't put it on the agenda or title it as a public hearing, do you think, Rob?
I don't believe so. I don't believe we provided a separate notice because it's not required, but
Without 24-hour notice, I'm not comfortable.
I don't remember seeing it on the separate
board?
notices.
It's a good point,
Up on the board.
Councilmember Smith.
I think
I just think
look
if
into
we
that.
haven't noticed it, we probably need to continue with this.
Apologies
Yeah.
to the applicant.
Well,
That would be
I
an
would
error
like,
stuff.
if we go ahead and continue, I would like to hear from the applicant, just it will give
Sure.
us something
I
to
wanna
think
hear from the
about, and he
applicant,
came.
but public
But I-
hearing part,
Yeah, I appreciate that. So if we have the applicant, yeah. Welcome. Thanks for staying.
And thank you for the time. I've prepared a short statement here.
Give your name, please.
Yeah, my name's Jeff Farr. I'm here tonight to support of the proposed amendment and appendix to item 3I regarding private dog training and recreation. This ordinance creates a vital regulatory framework for businesses like our upcoming venture, Wagon Wagon, which will provide structured, supervised canine recreation for residents of the Highland area. As it stands today, Highland City does not have a public off-leash dog park for residents. Local dog owners have to leave city limits just to let their pets exercise. By adopting this appendix, the city can fulfill a community need through a controlled private sector solution without spending a single dime of taxpayer money on public park development or maintenance. Beyond convenience, this service provides essential health and wellness benefits for both canines and pet parents. Regular structure, socialization, and physical exercise significantly reduce behavior issues, anxiety, and excessive barking in local neighborhoods. To ensure absolute safety and peace of mind for the community, our operational model mandates strict compliance protocols. The business will carry comprehensive liability insurance, and every single participating dog is required to be fixed and fully up to date on vaccinations. We want to be exceptional neighbors. Under Highland's current code, a standard 1 acre lot can legally host up to 30 combined full-time animals, including horses and chickens. By contrast, this proposed appendix establishes a highly responsible operational boundary. It limits the presence of up to 24 dogs only to larger parcels exceeding 40,000 square feet with 0 overnight boarding. This is a win-win. It solves a community service gap, guarantees strict safety protocols, and supports canine wellness while maintaining a physical footprint lighter than standard full-time residential animal privileges. I respectfully ask for your yes vote on this item tonight, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, and unfortunately, we will have to continue, but I'm going to let council see if there's any questions that we're going to need answered before we bring this back. So Councilmember Rodella, is there anything, questions that you have?
I guess, have you talked to your neighbors about this? Is there any pushback from neighbors? What is the proximity of this location to neighbor houses?
He's the sponsor.
Perfect, welcome. We'll let you tell us your name also and appreciate you coming.
My name is Cal Farr. It's my son.
Perfect, welcome, Cal. If you want to speak into that microphone so we can catch you on the recording.
He's establishing a business, I think the second of its kind in Utah, a lot of them around the country. It's for people like tonight. I met with my neighbor, told them that we wanted to pick up those dogs who sit all day at home with nobody watching them or caring for them. He's got a bus or he's already bought. He's going to pick them up in a bus, drive them over. And I don't know if you have a picture of our lot, but our lot cannot be seen. The dogs cannot be seen by anybody. It's really an amazing piece of property. It's well fitted for this, and hopefully he'll be able to determine if the business is going to fly before he invests on that 1 acre mess that's on 64th and 92.
Perfect. Councilman Rodella, does that answer your question?
So have you talked to your neighbors?
Yes.
And is there any pushback from neighbors on this?
Haven't heard anything. Nobody, they can't even see the dogs, so they say, I don't care.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if you have a picture of the property. Can't pull that up.
Now, let's go over that picture again, because I'm confused. Doesn't take much to make me confused. Because I thought the property in blue was the UDOT property.
Is this the property 2 lots to the west of that we're talking about
That's
initially
right.
doing it on?
It is 2 lots to the left. That's the UDOT property. 2 lots to the left, and it's all shaded. You can see my garden at the very end there, but all that area right there is all secluded, and obviously nobody can see. Even
secluded.
The people on 92 can't even see down into there.
This one here that I've circled in green? Okay.
That's where it is?
So
There might be some confusion with the UDOT property.
there is, I understood it was on the UDOT property, you're going to be leasing it.
The UDOT folks decided not to rent it.
So you've changed plans.
So we've changed plans to his property.
Because I'm all prepared on the other one. Now I
Okay.
have to go look at this.
Well, I apologize for that, but there is an auction coming up. UDOT said that they'll plan to auction this property this fall.
Oh,
So our goal is to prove the business on Dad's lot, where it'll be easy to do, and then purchase the UDOT property and improve that into more of a full-time dog
If the
recreation
business
area.
is viable, I don't want him to spend all that money.
Yep. Councilmember Smith?
Well, I really like the concept of the dog park. We've discussed putting a dog park on a piece of property that the city bought. And I live in the south part of the city and oftentimes walk down the Art Dye Trail to Art Dye Park, and there's a big dog park that American Fork put in. My only concern is the dog park's pretty noisy as a whole, and I guess you'll find out, so I'm glad you really don't have a lot of close neighbors there. So, I basically can support this. The only question I have is if we change the ordinance so you could put dog parks all over the city, and are we going to put some restrictions on how you need to contact your neighbors or different things? Because I don't think there's any problem with the dog park here, just looking at this map, but there could be in other parts in the cities. And, are we going to put restrictions on the size of the lot with the requirement of talking to neighbors? I just want to make sure that we minimize the effect on neighbors. I think the idea of having a dog park, we've talked about it frequently and says we need one. And I'm on the animal board for the county and different things, and I think it's very appropriate use of this land right there. But I just like to know what your thoughts are.
So there's absolutely we can do that. Two ways of doing that. Either we, as the permitted use, we say prior to doing this kind of business, you have to apply to the city and we'll have to send out a radius notification and, have some kind of comment period. The other way to do it is to make it a conditional use, because that necessarily involves a radius notification, and it goes, I believe, both Planning Commission and City Council, and there's several public meetings about it. It's a more involved process. So we absolutely could add in some additional notice processes, and it's kind of up to council's preference how much of that you want that to be kind of part of a public meeting. I'll say, for comparison, like we do with home occupations, which this is somewhat similar to, at least as this proposal, which I now understand. Whenever someone proposes a home occupation that might have customers coming to it, like a basement salon or something, we require them to send out to give us envelopes, and we mail a notice out to all adjacent property owners asking for any concerns with the proposed business and take action accordingly. So we could treat that very similarly in this instance.
Councilmember Courtney, is there any questions you have before they come back?
I do not have questions for the applicants. I do have a couple of, one, I'm still in favor of making it a permitted use, and if we need to put restrictions on it, we put restrictions on it. This doesn't feel like something that needs to be a conditional use, and I prefer for things not to be. There are, and thank you to Rob for both of these pieces of language that there are a couple of changes that I would like to make into the Exhibit A. Where are we? 18B currently reads, all requirements of Title VI of the Highland Municipal Code shall apply. If you look at Title VI, there are places where it specifically refers to the owner of a dog, and it's a little bit ambiguous if it's the owner or the keeper in those cases. So I would be inclined to change that to add the following text on the end of it. With the business licensee deemed to be the owner and keeper of the dogs associated with this use at all times, the licensee has charge of the dogs. That seems like an easier change than going in and cleaning up all of our Title VI.
So that's probably would be a good change to email out, and then we can study that ahead of the next meeting.
Absolutely, thank you.
And likewise, some parking changes, as have been mentioned already, similar to home occupations.
Perfect, thanks.
Yeah, on the parking, I'm not sure that's an issue if they're busing the dogs in, unless people can drop them off. Are you busing them all in?
Right, they'll all be.
All will be bussed in?
Right, in and out.
Specify busing.
Yes, gotcha. I see what you're saying. There's three things I want to say. Number one, when I first took my little puppy in to the vet and said, he bites everybody. He says, take him to a dog park. He will get bit, and he will know that biting hurts. You will not be able to tell that dog that biting hurts. You will not be able to slap him. You won't be able to do anything to convince him that biting hurts until he gets bitten. So number one, you're providing a great service for puppies. Number two, my dog gets this entitlement thing because it thinks it's a human. It's a border collie. And watching Cesar Millan, it's because he doesn't know he's a dog. And the only way a dog is reminded it's a dog is to go to a dog park, especially one that provides your services. And thirdly, my dog told me to vote yes on this. So I'm pretty locked in.
I'm just stuck on the dog doesn't know he's a dog. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I have one of those as well.
Councilmember Rice.
I actually love this idea. So, and I don't think parking is an issue either, and I will tell, because I've seen this. So I have a golden doodle. He's a standard-sized golden doodle. He's barely a dog. And he's part human, I swear. If he had opposable thumbs and a voice box, that's all he lacks. But I love the idea that you go and pick up the dogs. I honestly don't think that the dogs are going to be any louder than the horrible traffic on SR 92. So to me, that's not an issue. I like what Rob has put here. I do have a request, and I drove by here, but the traffic, I can't really look, and I should have stopped maybe, but I can't take it when a dog gets hurt or a cat or anything else. So is there going to be a good-sized fence on that bordering SR 92, or is there already one?
Absolutely. The entire yard that's circled in green there is fenced in, and it's considerably below grade from the highway. In fact, what would you say
But
that wall is?
nothing they could jump. I mean,
30 feet. I have a lot of stake in the game if a dog does get out.
Okay.
And a lot of
Right.
liability.
Right.
So that is one of my number one priorities, is to make sure that it's dog-proof,
Okay.
to give constant head counts while they're playing, and then
that would be
patch
my
any
only
fixes.
concern or worry, is because things move way too fast on SR 92, but I love the idea, and I admire you for doing it, and I've watched some of these YouTube videos on that my kids send me on these dogs that get picked up in the bus, and they know their spot, and they know where they're going, and it's all cool. Thank you.
I might add that all the dogs will be supervised. We figure we'll have 2 to 3 people on the bus.
Okay.
We're going to call them referees, and they will, along with the driver, be tightly controlling where they go, what they do, and of course, their safety.
Having fun.
Okay, we appreciate it. Sorry to have to invite you back, but we'll look forward to discussing it next time. Do we need a motion to continue? All right, we'll go ahead and look for that.
What's the item number?
Madam Mayor, I move to continue this item until the next council meeting.
And I second that.
Motion by Councilmember Courtney and a second by Councilmember Smith. And I think we probably have electronic voting.
I don't think I
We
don't
do.
think I do.
I beat Kim.
Why is that coming up? Let's refresh.
Kim, get with it today. The pressure. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, Chris.
So as the bid for the storm drain project is an expedited item, I haven't prepared a presentation for that, but I'm happy to respond to any questions that the council might have.
Perfect. Councilmember Smith, questions?
Well, I read the packet, so you do have a presentation there. I think obviously we need to go ahead with this project, so I support it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Courtney?
Likewise, I don't have any questions that were already answered in the packet. Thanks.
Councilmember Campbell?
No questions.
Councilmember Rice?
So I just have, so it's 5710 West. what is the other part of the address that this drain is at?
It's north of 11200 north. It's about halfway up the street. So if you recall, we had talked about that vacated portion of 11200 on kind of that west end. It's that street that's right on the very west end of that, and it's about halfway up the street. So, you know, approximately 11, probably not quite 300, 11250 north.
Okay.
No, that's all.
Councilmember Rodella?
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, let's do it.
I move that the City Council award a bid to KW Robinson in the amount of up to $53,975.81 for the 5710 West Storm Drain Project.
I second.
Was Councilmember Rodella and Councilmember Rice. And that passes 5-0. Chris, it looks like the next item is also yours.
Just well, it is 10:07. And do we have something where we need to extend the meeting?
We probably should have done that earlier before but at this point, we have nothing else that is coming up for a vote, so.
Okay.
There isn't any real risk in not doing it.
So would you like to have that discussion item? I know that we do need to do item 6C tonight regardless.
I would say 5A would be very helpful just from a timing standpoint. This is a project, if council wants us to do, we need to do while school is out. So
Okay.
if we could do 5A.
Let's talk about that, and then we can move on
6C.
to 6C.
So this is 10100 north. This is the street that's just south of the Lone Peak High School, in between there and the Ridgeview Ivory Homes community. We've had some discussions, and we've been going back and forth as they're developing their last phase with that as Plat O. They will have to make improvements that are basically shown on this attached drawing in red. We have tried to look at how that can fit in with the existing portion of the street that's in blue to try to make the grades work, the cross slopes work, and try to make that road look and feel decent. And it just doesn't work with what we can exact from them as part of this development. Previously, the city had tried to work with both of the developers, and we thought we had gotten there with them, and that kind of fell through. But the suggestion that I'd like to bring to City Council is we were awarded $1 million through Utah County as part of the contract we had with Dave Stewart. We have outstanding funds from that grant in the amount of $273,886.95. Our portion of this project, should we work with Ivory Homes, let them install it as part of their construction, make one big project out of it. Our cost would be about $145,673, which includes a 10% contingency based on the engineer's estimate that they have. That's already part of the contract that they have with their contractor, so it seems like those prices are actually pretty good. We would still have another $128,000 left over from that grant. So if that's something that the council would be interested in entertaining, we'd like to try to bring back a reimbursement agreement between Highland City and Ivory Homes at the next council meeting. But we would like to get this done this summer when school's not in session. So that's why we wanted to bring this to council tonight and try to get this going.
So it looks like we'll need to have more discussion on this, but what you need now is just a preliminary thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect. Councilmember Campbell, that's a thumbs up.
Well, and so they can keep it, you said 273,000. They can keep it under that, in that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's
I do not see that being a problem.
it's not over
Yes.
there? Okay, yeah,
I
it's
think we'll
fine.
still have funds left over after that we can use. And we've used part of that for 6800 construction. We can't use
Okay.
it for sidewalk projects, but any road projects are eligible.
Darn, okay.
Councilmember Rodella, yes. Dr. Smith?
So I support this, and I actually walk on that trail that's up at the very top, walk or jog. It depends on what you want to call it. But anyhow, that is the entrance to the Highland Glen Park. And there's been some talk of the mayor that we're going to do some spiffy work there.
Spiffy work, those were my words that you just used.
Yes, spiffy work. and reinstall the flagpole, and we've got some people that want to volunteer things. So I think it'd be a great thing to do.
I had tried to suggest maybe using the remainder of this funds for some improvements to the parking lot in Highland Glen, but we didn't want to confuse the council and bring that forward at this time, so that might be a future discussion if the council is so inclined.
Yeah, I would like to talk about Highland Glen at some point. I sent Aaron a couple of emails with some information tonight that I'll send on to the council as well.
For spiffy changes.
For spiffy changes, look for that title in the email. Councilmember Courtney, are you thumbs up or down? Okay, seems like you are good to go with that one.
Thank you.
And let's move on to the fraud risk assessment. And then, Aaron, I do, if you don't mind, just want to not have a lot of discussion, but just maybe show the slides you put together for Kim, just briefly, so that we can see what she's thinking.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll do fraud first, though, because it's more exciting.
It's so exciting.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If we could, do I have a clicker? Yeah. There we go. This is the only page. So, okay, so most of you know, maybe all of you know, each year we do a fraud risk assessment that's required by the state. So we're looking at various operations of our financial department, looking at policies, looking at procedures, practices, education, various things that the state wants us to self-assess and decide kind of where we fall within their spectrum of having a high risk of fraud occurring or low risk of fraud occurring, or being able to identify if fraud is occurring. So we've again gone through this process this year, no change from last year. So same score as last year, 350 out of 395, which puts us in the low category, one category off from the very low, which is the best possible. We're actually only like 10 points away from the very low. But so similar to last year, the things that we have not incorporated that could bump us up into that very low category, one of the two things that we would have to implement are either a formal internal audit function or a formal audit committee. Each of those is worth 20 points, would put us over the top for that very low. For what it's worth, I don't know if you know, there's a balancing there of is it worth putting in the time, effort, money, staff time to do those things in order to get into this very low category? What does that really do for us? But that's the score we currently have. Happy to answer any questions about the fraud risk assessment and how.
And I think in the past, the reasons that we haven't done that is it's just been such a big lift on staff time with so many competing priorities.
It would require additional staff time. It would require setting up a committee that would direct staff of what areas they want to look at and audit. We would have to either hire a part-time or seasonal internal audit position, or we would have to hire a third-party firm to come out and do internal audits for us in whatever area the committee decides is something that they want to focus on that year. So there would be more involved than just saying we're going to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions for David?
Thank you.
Not a question, but
yeah, question.
I'm sorry. Just my own perspective on this. I could not care less about what our score is here, as long as you tell us what the risk is, and is there anything we can do that's reasonable that would lower that risk? That's the ultimate question. Getting more points on this,
and that's really the idea that the state auditor's office is trying to get to, is it's not about the points, it's about implementing these things will decrease our risk of not identifying if there's fraud.
If we're currently reasonably low, and we really feel confident with that, would bringing in and requiring a formal internal audit function within what you're currently doing improve that significantly to where you would recommend that we do that? And that's the question I would put on you, because ultimately, if there's a risk, you're the one that's going to get fired, not us. We might not get re-voted in.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah. Yes, we can, but you understand what I'm saying. It's a balance that
the form itself and the points, I really don't care about this.
Right.
It's wonderful we're this close to the lowest we can get, but the real question is, can we improve and lower the risk? And it's so at what cost? And is that cost reasonable?
Yeah.
And if it's not reasonable, yeah, we could lower it, but it really costs us a lot to do it, then we don't do it. So
yeah, and
that's
we
what
are
I was-
always looking at ways to improve our processes and improve our policies, so it's something that we're constantly thinking about. In regards to the internal audit or audit committee, I don't know at this time that would be really beneficial for us in order to decrease our risk. In the time that I've been here, I haven't seen any indication of anything fishy going on, any fraud happening. So it's not something that I'm overly concerned about, but we do, things can happen at any time, and you have to keep your eyes open. You can't get complacent. And so we're always watching for things, and it really is a council kind of policy decision. Do you want that additional protection of a committee and an internal audit function to keep an eye on me, really, because it would be making sure that me and my team aren't doing something sketchy or trying to hide something. So.
Councilmember Courtney, did you have a question?
Just observation about those two items again, that I'm very much a fan of internal audit and audit committees, but yeah, you have to weigh the benefits, and I'm not convinced that we're big enough that it makes sense to bear the cost of it. So
yeah, from my experience, Provo City, when I was there, they hadn't implemented this, but they did while I was there. So they formed a committee, hired a third-party internal auditor. I think it was about $10,000 a year that they paid this auditor to come in and focus on one thing a year. And so one year it was something like credit cards, and the internal auditor would come in and look at all the credit card receipts in more detail than what maybe our third-party financial auditors would do, and look for any discrepancies that should be known. So, but yeah, for a city the size of Highland, without any really indication that there's anything weird going on, it may be more than what it's worth.
I also would, in principle, love to have an IT and computer security policy.
Yes.
But
Not if it means I
am-
have to do another online training.
I am not sure that
It may.
I'm not sure that makes it higher on my list than other things that we've got on staff's list already. So it's just in principle.
And we definitely have, just to be clear, we do have internal procedures for IT and computer. We do trainings, we do, all those things. We don't have a written policy that's been presented to the council and adopted by you. So it would not be a bad thing for us to get something like that put together to make sure that we're following what you want us to do.
And Councilmember Smith, did I see you have a question?
No, I guess the question I have is on the IT and computer security. I mean, I can't get in with my username and password now to get my W-2 form, so it's got to be kind of secure.
It's secure from Councilmember Smith.
Secure
You can't
for
get
me.
in at all.
Yeah, and if we do have an audit committee, I recommend that Doug be on it because he is so thorough.
Good. I like that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I want to just let you guys see what Councilmember Rodello is thinking about doing with her discretionary funds, just real quick.
So we got a cool idea from Councilmember Rodella, next slide, of doing a mural on the back of Highland Family Park, the
Hey,
baseball
Erin,
field.
one second. I'm sorry, we hadn't gone down the list. It was just, they had comments.
Oh,
But if
sorry.
you have something, go ahead.
No, I just wondered if this was attached to any kind of an insurance policy. I consider you the internal audit, but I'm just wondering if it's attached. I mean, does it help with our insurance or, because I consider low grade.
It may. So cybersecurity is something that our insurance company takes a deeper look at every year. So we have our application process for our insurance is very in-depth. We just finished going through it recently, and there's way more questions this year about IT and cybersecurity than there was in the previous year. And I anticipate that will just continue. So they gather as much information as they can, and then their underwriters look at all of that and see what the risk is. But implementing a policy wouldn't hurt that for sure. I don't know that it would have a large impact on our rates or anything like that, but it would help our insurance company feel more at peace that we're serious about cybersecurity and that we have a policy.
Anything else, Councilmember Rice? Okay, yeah, of course.
Okay. I apologize for cutting you off. Councilmember Rodella came up with an idea of doing a mural on the back of the baseball shed at Highland Family Park. So here's where that space would be. She's gotten a bid from a company, next slide, who's given us some ideas of potential options we could consider as to like style options. I won't hit on this hard. Next slide. And then, sorry, we go to the next slide. I can't remember. Oh, so the artist would do, you know, some design works for us, right? Would do the painting themselves. My understanding is she does murals for other cities, but she lives here in Highland and thought this was a great idea. And then, so we would clean up the wall and make sure that we could do something to protect the mural, because the last thing we want is to have her good work get graffitied afterwards and we can't protect it ultimately. And I know Chris maybe had a conversation with her today about that.
We tried, left a message, I sent an email, but we just want to see if she's got any recommendation for the anti-graffiti. We haven't been completely happy with some of the products we've used.
Because we put that on some of our walls, and unfortunately, you can still tell, so.
Yeah, I talked to her, and she said she can tell you exactly what to use. But just really quick, this is something that I've actually been thinking of for years.
For a long time.
For a long time, and I didn't think it'd be possible, but I was given the contact of a Highland resident who travels all over the country to do these. And I will say that the price that she has given us is a third to a fourth of the price that she charges other cities. But she said this is something that she'd love to do for Highland City and could work within our budget to do it. So I just have been to other cities where they have murals, and you know, the kids take pictures in front of them. People travel all over to take pictures, and I felt like this was a perfect location next to the junior high at our big family park. Can be seen from 10400 North as well, and I would love, you know, suggestions and have everyone involved as well.
Such a great idea.
Yes.
Love it.
So it'll be fully, it would, next slide, if you'll go to that, it'd be funded, so it's $4,500 is the bid she's given us. So it would be, take all of Councilmember Rodella's council appropriations, and then Councilmember Courtney has said he would pitch in the rest of, not the rest of his funds, the gap there, and so that's how we
this is
fund it.
something that we don't need a formal vote on because this is her discretionary funds and it's a low amount. Just something I wanted to let you know that she was working on because I think it's super cool.
I think it's a really cool idea. I really like it. I just really worry about graffiti being painted over it, so, but I think it's a great idea. I'd love to have my picture taken for it in front of it.
They always
Next
say,
campaign.
I know that Kim had Googled this like a long time ago, and they had always said that the best like way to avoid graffiti was to proactively do like a mural or something. My daughter offered to pre-graffiti all of our buildings with appropriate graffiti years ago, but Kim found a much better idea, so I love it.
How far out is she? I'm just curious how far out she is and how long it would take and all that jazz.
Yeah, she said she could work within our timeline, and I know this money needs to be spent by the end of this fiscal year, so it's one of those things where, you know, like all contractors, you pay them in advance as well, and then she
Right.
can work within our timeline.
Or at least half.
So I'd love it if you would keep us up to date on the ideas and the suggestions and designs, and super great. Okay, I think
Do we
with-
get to see the designs before? Not that we'll
no,
nix
we
it.
don't need to.
we don't
I'm
care.
sure that
Okay.
Councilmember Rodella would be happy
We'd
to
just love to
share.
see them.
Yeah, I would like everyone's input on them before this is done.
I don't know if I have input, but I'd just love to see them.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I'd just like to say that I have such good artistic vision that I think you should exclude me from the looking at the designs part up front.
We're going to have you do a musical number for the great unveiling, and I'm going to enjoy that.
We'd have to put numbers in it if it was with Doug. so.
Okay. If that's it, and we can postpone 6A, that's the only thing we haven't gotten to, but we do have a closed session, so I would prefer to get to that if anybody else would.
Okay.
We would need a motion to adjourn to closed meeting.
I move that we adjourn to closed meeting.
We need to
Do you
read
the
the
one on the-
specific.
I move the city council recess the regular city council meeting to convene in a closed meeting in the executive conference room to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
Second.
That was Councilmember Rice and a second by Councilmember Courtney, and we'll need a voice vote with that, starting with you, Councilmember Rodella.
Yes.
Dr. Smith?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.